Go ahead.
Good morning. Today is Monday, January 11th, 2021. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Dario and Selena Saloon. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation by Reese Kaplan, a Join Us for Justice board member.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You can go ahead, Mr. Kaplan.
Megan,
Yes,
who's going to be doing the
thank you for having me here today, and I'm glad to hear the word justice in the Pledge of Allegiance. Back in 1945, George Orwell completed a novella that most American students were assigned to read as a critical part of their education, somewhere between the 8th to 10th grade time frame. How many of you remember a satirical fable called Animal Farm? To the not yet fully developed minds of 12 to 14-year-old children, it was an anthropomorphized view of the world in which animals, completely fed up with the rules and regulations imposed by the human beings, banded together to take over and create a fair and functional society. Led by the pigs, the animal kingdom started off like a textbook success with justice and peace for all. At least that's how it seemed. However, it didn't take long for the pigs to impose a rather forceful interpretation of their will. Anyone who disagreed was subjected to the wrath of the ruling dogs hired by the pigs, up to and including death. At the end of the novel, the suffering animals viewed the pigs dining with their former human rulers. They acted alike, dressed alike, spoke alike, and essentially taught the working class that no matter who was in power, it would ultimately corrupt. This past week, everyone is fully aware of the reprehensible actions in Washington, D.C., which finally seem to have shaken awake a great many people who blindly followed political party ahead of justice. While nothing significant will change until the moving vans finish their transition on Pennsylvania Avenue, the fact is that people are now finally aware of the dangers of believing rhetoric over reality. Hopefully, that terrible day will ensure that this realization will extend to our court system as well, in which people will judge what is right and not simply what is beneficial for the party that brought them into power. Thank you very much.
Stand by. We lost the judge. Judge, are you there? Hi, Judge.
I apologize. I got kicked out for some reason.
Okay, we just completed the invocation with Mr. Kaplan.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, sir, for your time, and I appreciate your words, and thank you for being with us today. Go ahead, Cesar, Caesar or Jessica?
Yes, Judge, would you like for me to read in item number 10 for the COVID updates at this time?
Please, please.
Yes. Item number 10, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Well, thank you, and apologize for that glitch there, but I want to thank all of you for everyone for being here today on behalf of our commissioners and myself. We welcome you to Commissioners Court and thank you for your participation, and that you do stay tuned to a lot of information that comes across on these meetings. So we're very grateful and privileged to have everyone to be on this call. Just want to start off by saying we're still at stage 2 on our COVID-19 community scoreboard. That got a little bit better, but we'll talk a little bit about the situation. To this morning, as you know, on Friday, we had 808 positive cases. Still the community, for some reason, and a lot of individuals, we get excited about as we look at the vaccine and the excitement of the vaccine, but we still have to remember every single day that our numbers have not gone. We're having 4,000 people die each day in the United States. The spread is getting greater. There's no way. We're isolated to some extent in El Paso, but I can tell you that that isolation does not keep the virus away. So we do have to mitigate. It's been a little more difficult mitigating, having people tested, and they should be tested, continue to be tested, especially if there's any suspicion that they might be around individuals that have COVID-19. But the distraction is I need to get the vaccine. So being able to balance those two, especially over the weekend, has not been an easy task of getting people to get tested, but also focusing on the vaccination. And for some reason, they think one is the same as the other. And we need to, as a community, and I know that I'm being helped tremendously by each one of the commissioners to let their precinct and be communicating with them that it's two distinct things. You cannot distract yourself from testing. I know there's some fear that if you're positive, you can't take the vaccine, and so we have to work on that as well. So as I said, we have today 561 new positive cases. We're still at 35,408 active cases. So that, for some reason, has been with us. And we have today, unfortunately, and it always really difficult to know that we've had 1,520 deaths in our community. At this time, we're at 18% of COVID-19 hospitalization. It's been as much as 20, but it was at 7% at one time, or it went down quite a bit, but now we're back to that rate. The positivity rate in cases have slowly been increasing as we're beginning to see the impact of the holidays. And once again, and I'll say that as often as I need to say it, and that is that we really need to get tested as the solution. I know everyone's anxious, and that's one of the things that I want to communicate is that right now being patient is going to be one of the most important things that we could do. If everyone recalls, when we started the testing, we had a lot of glitches because when you introduce something of that nature to the community, there's a lot of moving parts. And at the beginning, things happen like not getting the call in or having to register at different places. And it was very similar. So I want you to have sort of be encouraged that we have gone through this, the front end of a situation, and it's very difficult at the beginning, but El Paso, I know the city and UTEP and Texas Tech and UMC have done a tremendous job, and we will get there, and you will feel a lot more confident about the process. It's just going to be a matter of that patience, and I know we're headed in the right direction. I'll talk a little bit about the mega centers as we go forward. It has been, excuse me, it has been, like I said, it has been challenging to be able to understand what the expectations are of the center. What is it that we need to do? Right now, we had 5,000, and we'll have the opportunity for Jacob to be able to express, what they're going to be doing. I think you're going to get excited about what we have. And we're also very excited. Got to speak to Commissioner Garcia, the commissioner for the vaccination going forward from the state. She is from El Paso. Family still lives here, so we're very excited that she truly understands what we need. But one of the messages is that as a community is able to take that capacity, the more likely that we'll be receiving higher and higher amounts or volumes of the vaccine. And so it's obvious that they've tried in certain places and that hasn't been able to work out for them. And they're looking at El Paso, since we had one of the highest percentages of distributions in Texas. We're at 65%, and that includes that we still have some that are coming in. So that number is pretty high, which means that we've been able to distribute 65% of what we have received. And so the demand is extremely high. Right now, there'll be a point, believe it or not, where we'll have more, and then we'll have to look to the community to make sure that they do register and that we move forward. We do need to understand that whatever happens, we have to take care of. The state is the one that determines the categories. It's still difficult for me, as it is to everyone else, that our vulnerable population isn't completely satisfied at this time. Very, very difficult to know that we're moving into another category, and I get text from someone saying my mother's 90 years old, hasn't received the vaccine, and for different reasons. We're addressing it. I know Chief Rodriguez and his team, Dr. Carranza, Angela, we're all looking at how do we make sure that each category is satisfied before we move to the next category, and that has been a challenge. The other challenge is also that starting this week or this past week, we're already giving the second dose. People are already taking the second dose. Exciting news, right? Because if someone takes the first dose, it's 55%, protection. And then by taking the second dose, you get the 94% protection. So getting as many people to that point is extremely important for this herd immunity that you hear about so much. So we're already there. Those that took that first dose with Pfizer, UMC was the first one. They're now beginning to take the second dose. I want you to know that there's two differences. One, the fact that the first that dose that are given to the second group, that is very different from anything that we get. So it's not like sharing what we get to those taking the second dose. And that was concerning to a lot of the community. Felt that it was difficult to know that we get another batch, but it's really going to the second group, and it isn't. It's two very different situations. And like I said, Office of Emergency Management has done an amazing job. They've been incredible partners. And, we're trying to get all of our providers, getting them as soon as possible. We need to make sure. There's a lot of providers. Some have a lot less than others, but, we're trying to make sure that's the situation. Once again, we're at 69% vaccination rate compared to large communities, counties in Texas. The meeting with Imelda Garcia, extremely exciting. And now we have, we're trying to create that mega site. And like I said, UMC has received 5,000, and the city has received 5,000, and we're going to begin moving in that direction. The mega testing sites will open Sunday, and that goal was 1,500 registration per day. After you get the vaccine, you will still need to keep wearing a mask, social distance, wash your hands. It's not a cure. We have to stop the pandemic, and we have to combine everything that we do. We got to get back to normal as soon as possible. And the only way we're going to do that, as I've said over and over, be prudent, very important, continue what we need to do. Try your best to stay healthy, whatever it takes to stay healthy. Make sure you go to the doctor. Don't put that off. It's not a thing that you wait for. Take the flu shot, your regular flu shot, and the vaccine then becomes that fourth component that'll allow us to be able to feel that we're moving in the right direction. That second supply of vaccine will be shipped to beginning and providing the second dose, as I said. And so we're really very excited, but get excited by doing all the other things that we need to do. We've received a large amount, but right now at this very moment, we have 33,160 people have been vaccinated with at least one dose. So we now have 4,000, we have an estimated population of 640,000 is the potential, is what we're looking at. The vulnerable, that's between the ages of 16 and older, is 640,000. That's what we have to eventually get to. And also, one of the most important things is that we have 54,975 vulnerable population that has been identified. So I leave you with that. And as I said, we're very excited about the vaccine, very concerned about the impatience, and I know it's creating a lot of concerns. I just want you to have the sort of look back, as I said, and recall the testing and what happened at the beginning, and then how well we were one of the best. We've done more testing than most any county in Texas, thanks to Chief Rodriguez and his team and public health. Once again, I look forward to a couple of weeks of difficult situations, and as I said, please don't take any of the numbers for granted at this time. Even if it starts slowing down, whatever happens, we need to look around maybe the 15th or 17th of January to really fully understand what the impact's going to be on us. If we continue to do what we did when we started moving away from those high numbers, if we continue in the restaurants to take care of the bad actors, focus on doing the right things, continue to do what's right, and we'll be in a different situation. I wish I could be a little bit more optimistic about what's going to happen at this time. We're at that crossroads, and I want the community to be that community that we've always had. When El Paso becomes El Paso, we will take care of things. We went through a couple of different opinions as to what was the best solution. I think we all know that the best solution is to be extremely cautious, move carefully, open our economy safely, and if you got an opportunity to move forward in your business, do it in the right way and do it within all the protocols that are necessary to be successful. And so thank you. And I thank the community. We are showing great situations without orders or without having to do a lot of legal situations, that you're beginning to move in the right direction. And for that, and I know on behalf of the commissioners, we thank our community for doing the right things. Thank you very much. Jessica?
I believe, before you leave, Jessica, I believe you were going to start this week having the full update, Judge. And we have Dr. Ocaranza and Chief Rodriguez on the line.
That is correct.
Okay. Chief?
Or good morning, Betsy. Judge, Commissioners, I'll start by giving a brief summary of what is happening with the COVID. Thank you very much, Judge, for all the comments. It is very, very important for the community to understand that they still need to be wearing the mask. They still need to be observing the distancing. And also, very, very important, if you're a business owner, as you said, Judge, please continue having those safety protocols for your employees, because you're not only going to protect your employees, you're going to protect the public in general as they come into your business. That is very, very important. And on the COVID-19 situation, we've been closely monitoring the number of cases that we've had, especially because of the holidays. And from December the 30th till January the 10th, On the 7-day rolling average, we've seen an increase slowly but surely. We've seen that it has increased from 289 cases to 527. So that's an increase of 82%, and hopefully it will start stabilizing in the way that this is not going to be a large surge that we have seen after the holidays. If you want to go to the infection rate, please, on the dashboard. Great, thank you very much. As you see the curve, the first curve in the middle part of the screen, you're going to see that it was going down and now it's starting to go up a little bit, and that's the increase that we had seen right now. We want to invite every single community member that probably gathered during the holidays, that traveled during the holiday, to come and get tested. It is imperative that we find everybody that is positive so they can stay in isolation and quarantine, and that's the only way that they're going to be stopping the spread of the virus to the co-workers, to other family members. Even though if we start testing a lot more people, we're going to see an increase in the positive cases, but then it will stabilize as we keep everybody on isolation and quarantine. Again, we need to stress over and over and over again that we need to continue observing the precaution that we have mentioned before about the mask, about the not gathering, the social distancing, and the hygiene. If we go to the area on the healthcare readiness, we'll speak a little bit more about the hospitalizations. Right now, our positivity rate is 10.42, and the asymptomatics are increasing slowly, which is a good sign as well. On the hospitalizations, it has remained fairly stable. It goes between 400 and 420 COVID-related hospitalizations, and in contrast to the over 1,000 people that were hospitalized with COVID at the large surge that we saw. Our trauma service area, percentage-wise, remains around 19%, and it has been hovering up and down. We continue working very closely with the schools, in which they have the plans to protect the teachers, they have the plans to protect the staff, and our children as well. Our children going to be brought in slowly. I know that people are concerned that they were going to be bringing all the student body, but it's not the case. It's going to be smaller percentages, but slowly, as the condition on the hospitalization improves, they're going to be bringing children back into the classroom progressively. The ones that are going to be benefiting the most are going to be the students that are in elementary school, and then they will progress to the ones in the middle school, and finally to the students that are in high school. People might ask, well, why are we going to be bringing the little ones first? Well, the little ones first because they're the ones who don't get sick as severely with the virus. Also, there's more mounting evidence that the rate of transmission from a younger child is not the same as kids that are in middle school, older than 10 years of age, or the ones in the high school, in which the students in high school level transmit the virus as effectively and as much as adults. So that's why we don't want to bring those high school students into the school until the end. We'll continue to see how the hospitalization numbers look like, because if we see that there's going to be an increase in the positive cases, later on we start seeing the hospitalizations, and it usually happens about 7 days after we see the increase in the positive cases. So again, we'll continue monitoring closely with the schools, in which they will start bringing some of those children, but for now, the teachers need to get used to coming to school. They need to see how those infection control plans are working to protect those teachers, protecting those staff. But it's important that everybody puts a little grain of, their own part into the prevention, meaning if they feel sick, they need to let the people know so they don't come to work. Don't gather in the break rooms. Wash your hands very often. And during the weekends, also continue observing that, so you will be healthy and you'll come back to school ready to teach our next generations. If we go to the at-risk populations, please. Thank you very much. If we see here, we still have a small percentage of the cases that have passed away that are related to congregate setting facilities. We're still seeing, unfortunately, that the vast majority of the people that have passed away has underlying conditions at the time of death. But again, we need to continue promoting good, healthy habits. As Judge said, please visit your primary care physician. Please control your diabetes, your high blood pressure. Please, let's help those loved ones that live with us to make sure that they have enough medication, make sure that they're well taken care of, that we prepare the meals the way that they need to, especially for the diabetics. The holidays have passed, and I know that many people break their diets or break their good, healthy habits, but now it's a time that we need to start going into the right direction again. We need to keep everybody healthy. And with that, I want to thank you and answer any questions, and I will hand it over to Chief Rodriguez.
Thank you, Dr. Ocaranza. Good luck this week on everything else on top of the vaccine. Good luck.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Chief Rodriguez.
Good morning, Judge. Yes, sir. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for having us this morning. So I will reserve the vaccine portion for the end, but let me just quickly go through our weekly update on our operational items. So in essence, 2 days from today, we'll be at our 11th month in this operation. Our EOC is still operational, and it remains fully staffed, working all parts of this operation. We are currently still very intense on contact tracing. We still have our groups working closely with this health grades to assist us with additional caseloads, especially with those increasing numbers we saw last week. We are effectively doing really well when you look at some of those data points that Dr. Carranza went through on the dashboard. So the epidemiology, investigation, contact tracing continues to go well. We still have our task force, our compliance task force teams, cross-section of the fire marshals, the Paso Police Department, sheriffs in the county, constables. Those efforts are still there. In respect to testing, we hit a milestone last week. We surpassed 800,000 tests. We did see an increase from the previous week. We were at 21,000. That was the week immediately after Christmas, and this last week, which was the first week after the New Year, we went up to 32,370. From the week prior, it was 21,000. So, in part, that increases are attributed to the rapid testing that the schools are doing. They've been involved since October, and this is all the school districts, to include some charter schools and private schools. This is a program that the Texas Department of Emergency Management started back in October to allow or to provide the schools an ability to do rapid testing within their facilities. We received a good amount of screenings that were done during this last week that attributed to an overall increase in testing, since the schools do provide us their numbers for those rapid tests. But we are averaging anywhere between 4,000 to 4,500 tests per day, and that's remained consistent for several weeks now. So we think we're beginning to normalize after the holiday sessions. So testing is still available. We are from our location that we have our mega site location for testing through the city. We are focusing our efforts on the vaccines. We had a very successful event yesterday, and I'll follow up on that shortly. Our hospital surge support, we still have the auxiliary medical blue tents at the various hospitals. Our alternate care site currently has a census of 28. We have not had any air transports. However, we have received a few individuals from outside of the jurisdiction in some of those other Texas cities. We have received a few. We still have plenty of external staffing assigned to our hospitals, supporting our ICUs and emergency room departments. Also, the El Paso Infusion Center at the Convention Center, the monoclonal infusions, they have done 671 to date. Our detention and holding facility are executing our fatality management plan. Still working very closely with our medical examiner, hospitals, and funeral homes. That continues to be an ongoing operation. One note I do want to bring up in terms of human services coordination. We were working very closely with the state and the Texas military. We were able to bring in 92 National Guard personnel for El Paso Fighting Hunger. They are going to be on the ground starting today, and they'll have a 31-day commitment. So we are very happy to be able to report that, and I know that's going to be a big help considering the amount of food insecurity that we're seeing and have seen over this last year. So that's going to provide a significant support for El Paso Fighting Hunger. And then also our logistics team and procurement, we will continue to provide PPE for all of our partners, ensuring that we have a ongoing cache of supplies moving forward through this pandemic. So in respect to the vaccines, and Judge, you covered some of these points, but I'll just reiterate some of these. So to date, we've received close to 55,000 COVID vaccines in El Paso County. That was distributed to almost 37 various providers that have enrolled, and those allocations have been distributed between those. We have 33,160 persons that have received their first dose, and 4,996 have been fully vaccinated. We will be receiving our week 5 allocations this week, and that will be for all of the various providers. But in addition to the hub mega sites that the state has provided for us, or is going to be providing, which is going to be additional allocations from on top of the ones that are going out to all of the other providers. So we have received 5,000, and so the El Paso Fire Department and the UMC have been designated as those mega hubs, since we've been able to demonstrate that we are able to push the vaccine into the community at a very rapid space, or in time and space to get that completed. And we...
Hello. Checking on you. You guys are showing up, right? Earlier, no late.
1 second, please.
Go ahead, Chief. Sorry.
Thank you. No, it's okay. Since we've been designated as these hubs, we'll be receiving additional allocations. This first additional allocation was 5,000 for the El Paso Fire Department, and an additional 5,000 for UMC. We had our first event yesterday through the El Paso Fire. We did 1,300 vaccinations, and it was a very, very successful event. We have over 1,500 scheduled for today, and we foresee that's how the rest of this week is going to look like. Is just full commitment and getting this vaccine into the community as quickly as possible. And then also any efforts that we can in support of the county and UMC as they go through their process to distribute that. So with that, I will yield, and again, thank you all for the opportunity, and we'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Rodriguez. Thank you, and please pass it on to public health and everything that's happening. A lot of moving parts, but like I said, we need to understand this a little bit better with the patients of our community. I think we're going to be extremely successful. And once again, I think as you have been in testing and some other areas, the role model here in Texas, I know we'll continue down that path. So thank you, Chief Rodriguez and Chief D'Agostino.
Yes, sir, and thank you so much. And like you expressed, we do want the community's patients. We have the means to get these vaccinations out. It's just a matter of the allocations that we are receiving. So we do have close to, if not now more, we have 82,000 people signed up through the EP Strong website. So we are working through that list, and we're prioritizing between phase 1A and phase 1B. So, but no, thank you very much. And it's a great partnership between El Paso Fire, Department of Public Health, and of course UMC in these additional allocations as designated hubs. So thank you again.
Thank you. Betsy?
Okay, Judge, if there's no questions for Chief Rodriguez or Dr. Ocaranza, Commissioner Stout, do you want to give your update first?
Yeah, I can do that. Let me pull up my notes here quickly. Okay, so the task force, the COVID task force met last week, and we had 2 extended discussions. First about what normal might look like once we find the new normal, and when we might expect it, and second about the approach that we're seeing here in El Paso that with vaccine deployment and kind of the confusion that's been felt. And so the first one really is very difficult to answer. Folks talked about, normal is going to be different because there are going to be people that won't get the vaccine. It could be, as is the case for entering some countries, that we get into a situation where checking vaccine records becomes something that is much more common. And, that it could be that people who do not get the vaccine are limited in some of the things that they might do in group settings because of their choice not to protect themselves. So it's really early to make some firm pronouncements, but some of those things are going to need some thoughtful consideration. As for the win aspect, it's going to be at the back end of this year, at the very best case scenario. Everybody's thinking, getting specific is really impossible at this time, and the number of variables in play could easily change things. The major determining factor, though, that folks talked about, however, would be the vaccine deployment and penetration, and we need to get the vaccine out to more people as soon as possible. And pivoting to the second major discussion from the task force meeting, we got into the vaccine distribution that we've seen from the state, and the group spurred on, especially by Dr. Michelson, strategized about how we might simplify and consolidate vaccine distribution, ideally through this effort led by public health. Since we've learned about the hubs, which I think is a good thing, but right now, as far as we know, there are random private providers and pharmacies that are getting shipments that vary widely in size and often in with very little notice, and there are at least 3 different ways to sign up to receive the vaccine. There are reports of people signing up on multiple lists to see which one gets them the vaccine first. There's been lack of clarity about when and where people can get their follow-up shot, and whether providers would receive the second shot to administer, and what they need to get that second round. So Dr. Michelson proposed having 4 to 6 mega sites throughout the county and a single unified sign-up process, so there would be more order and clarity in administering the vaccine, and we wouldn't have people descending upon a random Albertson pharmacy or trying to go somewhere else to figure out how private providers are going to handle the administration if something like this were to take place. So ultimately, we're talking about staffing needs and infrastructure to set that up, and working out something with the city. as well as the state, obviously, and that's something that we may be able to use some of our CARES Act funding for, that we preserved into 2021. So lots of important conversations going on, and just trying to streamline things and make sure that once we get the vaccine, we get it out as soon as possible. I know that El Paso is better than pretty much every other community in the state when it comes to getting things distributed, but we can always do better. And so on the homeless task force, the community, has, they've had several questions about vaccine rollout, both for folks in emergency shelters as well as for essential social service workers who keep those shelters operational. Essentially, they will be able to fill in where they normally would, based on the phases and priorities determined by the state, but with added vulnerabilities in that system, we're looking for ways to expand distribution within that population. The Delta site saw a bump early in the new year. They're at 69% capacity, which is above the stated goal of 60 to 65%. So we're kind of monitoring that very closely. They are still just above 2% with positive cases on the unduplicated count, which is really good. And Endeavors and the Opportunity Center have really a great system there, and they have helped to make this community safer by doing things so well, in my opinion. Right now, they are at about 58 eviction-related intakes, and that's going to be important to monitor also as we near the end of January, and if there's not an extension on moratorium. So that's the update that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Just as they left something out, UMC will start their mega hub at the hospital, but will be moving to the Coliseum shortly. And so just want to reinforce that. I think once we do that, then we'll be able to demand a little bit more volume once we see that we have the foundation that's necessary. So thank you very much, Commissioner Stout.
And I know that that UTEP is also looking to help. Their president, the president was on a call with us last week. You remember, Judge, and she talked about them signing up to be a provider, and they have a lot of the infrastructure needed. The freezer units, and the faculty and the students within their nursing programs and such. So hopefully they'll also be moving in. I know that I think Tech, UMC, and one other were right now we're talking about for hubs, but maybe UTEP will be coming online soon as well.
Yeah, I've had several discussions with Dr. Heather Wilson. She's extremely excited about what UTEP can do. Their labs are just amazing. The only thing is whether or not she'll be able to do, sort of focus on everything having to do with UTEP, which is quite a major situation, but it has to be more for public. And so we're just trying to look at that. But yeah, she is extremely ready and anxious to be able to participate as one of those strong pillars. So thank you. Betsy?
Okay, Commissioner Leon, did you want to share an update?
We have nothing of a major change to report right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Commissioner Robinson?
Nothing at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. And Commissioner Olguin?
No, Betsy.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Betsy, back to you.
Judge? Yes, sir. Thank you. Just want to remind the court we're preparing for opening the golf course this Friday. If the COVID statistics continue to show that the 7-day positivity rate is below 15% and the hospitalizations are less than 20%. If any of these factors or either of these factors are not present, we will not open based on your past instructions. As of this morning, the 7-day positivity rate, positivity average is 10.42%. That was up on the screen that Dr. Ocaranza shared with you earlier. Mm-hmm. COVID hospitalizations are at 19.12% of capacity. The next few days, we will closely monitor these numbers So overall, we are at stage 2 in the scorecard, as was shown earlier, which used with the guide for the scorecard shows that this phase is set for initial reopening with limited number of critically important activities open. And this phase recommends we continue to prohibit gatherings in enclosed spaces. It also recommends teleworking should continue wherever feasible, but it does support some outdoor activities with appropriate distancing, which we believe the golf course operations would meet. So again, we'll continue to monitor and keep you all posted, but if these numbers hold, we'll be opening the golf course this Friday. Also, we are working with UMC to roll out the vaccine to those who qualify in phase 1A and 1B. Our IT team has been incredible in setting up a registration system for the county employees in less than a 6-hour turnaround time. We're encouraging the public to continue to monitor the state site that shows which providers are receiving the vaccine until we're able to implement a system similar to what Commissioner Stout mentioned. And also to contact UMC or El Paso Strong to register if they have not already. The city has asked some of the other providers if they would transfer their vaccines to the city for distribution, or if they will vaccinate some of the individuals from their registered list. This continues to be a work in progress from what I understand, and we look forward to moving forward to collaborate on that. Lastly, we continue to operate the decedent holding facility to assist our hospitals, funeral homes, and private morgues that have exceeded their capacity, and to ensure that our decedents are properly stored until they're moved to their final disposition. The National Guard has been extended till January 19th to help the county until we're able to staff and take over operating the site. We're hiring several members of the National Guard unit who are available for employment for temporary positions. This is possible thanks to the National Guard unit, our constable precincts who have given us their unwavering assistance, including Constables Ugarte, Garcia, and Aguilar. The constables are going to help cover the weekends when the Guard members have to do their training, as well as they are part of our rotating management oversight team. We're also thankful to have a few members of the Sheriff's Office rotating in the coverage. And finally, I want to thank Irene Santiago from the Medical Examiner's Office and Hopeton Staple Fleet Management Director for their continued oversight of this operation, Office of Emergency Management for their support. They're there every day on site. And Melissa Carrillo from HR for the enormous HR support that she and her team have provided during an already busy time of year for their operations. That's our update for this week. Judge, Commissioners, are there any questions for me?
No, Betsy, just thank you for that summary. I think it really captures everything that's happening, but also thank you for recognizing your department heads, because all of them have been so engaged, and I think the county should feel really proud of all the workers and everything that's being done behind the scenes and you know, right in the front lines, and the sheriffs, constables. Thank you very much, Ugarte, Garcia, and Aguilar. I mean, you have really made a difference, and the sheriff's department. And so thank you, Betsy, for making sure we recognize those that are working so hard to keep our community safe.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Jessica?
I believe that concludes this item. Okay, there'll be no action taken for item number 10. Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4K. Are there any items members of the court would like to pull for further discussion?
Commissioners?
Move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing January 2021 as National Mentoring and Human Trafficking Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Very honored to be able to read this resolution into the record. I know that we have some folks online from Big Brothers and Big Sisters and the Paso del Norte Center of Hope. So we'll read the resolution and then we will let them speak. So whereas human trafficking is a national public health and civil rights crisis with victims and survivors in all parts of the country, El Paso being no exception. And whereas the Paso del Norte Center of Hope and Big Brothers Big Sisters of El Paso have built a collaborative partnership along with the Paso County Juvenile Probation Department to address the epidemic and protect vulnerable youth in El Paso. And whereas human trafficking includes both labor and sex trafficking with international and domestic victims of all age, race, ethnicity, and background, and whereas young people are particularly vulnerable to trafficking and exploitation, and therefore need multiple resources and intervention programs to support them and prevent them from becoming victims. And whereas thousands of children in El Paso are considered at risk, and the community must work collaboratively to prevent human trafficking before it occurs by promoting safe and healthy environments through preventative mentoring through programs like Big Brothers Big Sisters of El Paso, and support services and awareness for survivors through Paso del Norte Center of Hope. And whereas Big Brothers Big Sisters of El Paso helps provide mentoring services for children in our community who are most in need of support and guidance from a caring, responsible adult who helps ignite, inspire, and defend their potential. And whereas Paso del Norte Center of Hope provides direct victim assistance, advocacy, emergency shelter, community training, and awareness programs, in addition to facilitating the local El Paso Anti-Human Trafficking Coalition with over 45 local partners, all committed to help prevent human trafficking in the Paso del Norte region. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that in an effort to highlight the brave and necessary work that Big Brothers Big Sisters of El Paso and the Paso del Norte Center of Hope are doing surrounding human trafficking and mentoring, we declare January 2021 National Mentoring and Human Trafficking Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas, signed this 11th day of January 2021.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Miguel,
Yes, we have
or Alexis.
Nicole Schiff. Go ahead, if you want to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. Thank you for having us. Myself and Rebecca are here from Paso del Norte Center of Hope and Big Brothers Big Sisters. My name is Nicole Schiff. I'm the Executive Director of Paso del Norte Center of Hope. And we just want to thank you all for considering this resolution. Today is National Human Trafficking Awareness Day specifically, and has been designated the month of January as Human Trafficking Awareness and mentoring by the national government, the state government, and now thanks to you all, the local government. And so we're just so appreciative of you all recognizing this and the importance of it in El Paso. Today, we have asked that everybody wear blue in honor of the Homeland Security's Blue campaign. So as you'll see, I have blue, and we will be posting on social media in representation of that as well. The Center of Hope provides 24-hour emergency shelter to victims of human trafficking that are identified in our city. We also provide case management and mentoring services in our partnership with Big Brothers Big Sisters. We work really closely with Juvenile Probation Department, with CPS, and with all of our local and state law enforcement partners to ensure that this horrendous crime doesn't go unnoticed. In 2020, we did serve over 50 victims of human trafficking. We sheltered 11 victims in our emergency shelter, and we continue each week to get additional referrals forced services. Currently, our youngest client is 12 years old. Our oldest victim identified for labor trafficking is 67. And so we just really appreciate the support. We do facilitate and lead the local coalition for this issue, and we do have over 45 participating agencies that support and help train and bring awareness to the community. So we're just really grateful for this opportunity to be here. I'll pass it over to Rebecca.
Yes, thank you so much, Nicole. You, I think, really did a great job covering what our partnership does, and we are honored to work with you to provide this critical mentoring service to this very, very vulnerable population. Big Brothers Big Sisters mentoring, not just for victims of human and sex trafficking, but children across the city who are dealing with bullying and struggles in school and problems at home and depression and anxiety, all of which, unfortunately, due to the global pandemic we are all facing, are severely exacerbated for these children. They are dealing with isolation from their friends, complete variance from their normal routines. They hear the same news that all of us do. And you can imagine what it's like hearing that from a child's point of view, from a child's perspective. And so we do feel that the mentoring that our volunteers provide is absolutely a critical element toward the mental health of these children, particularly during these unbelievably challenging and unprecedented times that we are all facing. And so we are truly, truly humbled to be working with the Paso del Norte Center of Hope, and very honored to be here with you this morning to bring light to this very, very important topic.
Nicole and Rebecca, thank you so much. Both amazing organizations. I think you touched on two very important things. One of them is awareness. And I've always speak about, if the community becomes aware of something, we have a very generous, caring community, but sometimes we don't understand what we need to do. And the other one is preventive intervention. Having my background in mental health, there was nothing more important to me than preventive intervention, because it allows people to, before they get in a situation or before be able to prevent something. Once it gets that traction, it's really difficult sometimes. And so we thank you for this awareness and for this getting people in our community to understand, what is it that we need to do, and then also to be grateful for that intervention, the preventive component that I've always seen as, it's something that's so difficult to get people to do, but yet it's so powerful. So we thank you for that type of focus on both the awareness and making sure we prevent something before it becomes bigger than we can handle. So Rebecca and Nicole, thank you very much for being here today and spending some time with us at Commissioner's Court. Back to you, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you.
Thank you also, ladies, for being here and for helping us with the resolution and for all that you do. I've listened into some of the meetings that you all have, and I know that it's really important work. It's sometimes heartbreaking work, some of the stories that you hear and some of the things that people go through. It's unbelievable and heartbreaking. And so, that even more so, the work that you all do is just amazing to provide some light and some positivity for these kids. And so thank you once again for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Jessica, and both of you be safe and have a great week.
Solution as well. Whereas Crime Stoppers of El Paso has been a powerful resource against crime in El Paso County and surrounding communities since 1978. Whereas Crime Stoppers of El Paso provides a voice to concerned citizens who are reluctant to report crime by remaining 100% anonymous. Whereas launching a community offensive has led to more than 4,000 arrests and over 5,000 cleared cases, helping law enforcement agencies and giving closure to crime victims since the program began. Whereas a result of its unique positioning and connection with law enforcement and the media, Crime Stoppers of El Paso is now a necessary presence to deter crime and its dangerous effects. Now, therefore, be a result, El Paso County Commissioners do hereby proclaim January 2021 as Crime Stoppers Month.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, sir, Judge. I want to thank Jessica for reading that for me, for us. Just a few things I want to touch on. Before we make comments, I would like to have a moment of silence for the officer that got killed as a result of the riot in Congress this past week. And in addition to that, we have one police officer in El Paso that died from the virus just recently, this past week. So if we can have a moment of silence for those two and any others that we don't know about, we would appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you. And we'll begin the moment of silence on your behalf, Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge, we have several things. Crime Stoppers is someone on the line for this resolution. In addition, I want to talk about our law enforcement officers this past Saturday was National Law Enforcement Officer Day.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for that.
And so we have someone on the line for Crime Stoppers.
Thank you. Miguel, you want to go ahead and introduce
yes, Judge, we
our
have
speaker?
First, we have Ms. Imelda Loya.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Am I on the line already? This is Imelda Loya.
Yes, ma'am, you're on. Go ahead.
Yes, Imelda.
Okay. This is Imelda Loya, current president of Crime Stoppers. I want to thank the Commissioners Court for their continued support. Thank you for the resolution declaring January Crime Stoppers Month. On behalf of the board, I also want to renew our commitment to carry on the work of Crime Stoppers, to support law enforcement, and to help reduce crime in El Paso, thereby making El Paso one of the safest cities of our size. Again, thank you to the Commissioners Court for their support. May I also mention that one of your own, Mayela Mejia, is the newly elected Vice President of Crime Stoppers for 2021, and we are very glad to have her on our board. Thank you.
Thank you, Imelda.
Thank you,
Imelda. Thank you for your kind words. And Mayela, congratulations. As always, I know you've been a big part of this incredible organization. And Commissioner Robinson, thank you for presenting this resolution. I don't know, Commissioner Leon, I know you've been very active and supportive. I don't know if you have a few words for us today.
Absolutely, Judge, thank you. And Ms. Loya, thank you very much for your words. I've got to say that Crime Stoppers here in El Paso was the second one in the country that was established. And over the years, I think it has saved in the millions of dollars as far as law enforcement expense. That one phone call would cut an investigation from 1 year to maybe a couple of weeks. And it really goes to show that El Paso really cares. The fact that about 80% of the rewards are never claimed. People just want to do the right thing. And hopefully as we go into the future, we can be even more supportive of Crime Stoppers depending on how our economy looks. But again, Crime Stoppers, thank you very much for the job you do. And it's behind the scenes that a lot of these crimes are solved. A tremendous help to both our sheriff's department, the police department, and the federal agencies in this area. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. Your background in law enforcement really, I think you have a better understanding than most of us as the impact and what we avoid by someone making that call and not having to go through all the other things that have to take place, taxpayer money and all the things. So Imelda, Ms. Loya, thank you very much. So back to you, Commissioner Robinson.
This is
we couldn't see it. We may have someone else on the line for this item.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Miguel.
Yes, Judge. We have Mr. Marvin Riles.
Mr. Riles.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hi, Marvin.
Hello.
Glad to have you again.
Hi, good
Thank
morning.
you.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. This is Marvin Riles, Lieutenant with the Sheriff's Office and also President of CLEAT. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Commissioner Robinson. Thank you for your continued support of law enforcement. Thank you for calling us on Saturday for National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day and thanking the men and women that give all they have to keep us safe. Thank you for recognizing the officers from the Capitol Police and who lost their lives protecting us. Thank you for recognizing the brave EPPD officer that recently lost his life this morning to COVID. Your continued support to us does not go unseen or unappreciated. Everyone, please remain safe and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Marvin, and so glad to have you as president of CLEAT and being from El Paso. So thank you for all you do, and thank you for your time today. Appreciate your words as well. Thank you.
Judge, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we have one of our firemen from the El Paso Fire Department passed away as well just this past week.
Go ahead. You broke off a little bit, Commissioner Robinson.
No, I was saying that we
Okay.
had one of the firemen that passed away. So we want to say our condolences to the family of the firefighter that passed away, as well as any others that we mentioned. We wholeheartedly want to support our law enforcement officers at all times. It's very tragic that things happen in Washington, D.C. It shows the importance that we should, not only when there's a tragedy, but in general, we should be supporting our law enforcement officers all the time.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I guess nothing sadder than when we have someone that dies of COVID that's in the front lines. It's just so hard. They're out there to protect us, and then they catch the virus, and then we lose them. And we've seen the same thing for a lot of first responders, nurses. We've seen the same, that they're out there, and then they're so vulnerable. So I think we have to keep our prayers not only for the ones that have passed, but the prayers for the ones that are still in the front lines and their family and everything the family has to deal with in waiting for them to come home every night. So thank you for the resolution and the additional comments. And Marvin, the best to you going forward. Very proud to have you representing El Paso. Thank you.
Judge, if I may, very quickly.
Yes, Commissioner Holguin, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for remembering Lieutenant Ruben Flores. He's the firefighter that passed away over the weekend. And I just wanted to take a moment just to extend my condolences and my heartfelt prayers to the entire Flores family and, of course, his extended fire department family.
Very heartfelt. Thank you, Commissioner Holguin. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Jessica, and Marvin,
Judge,
and Imelda, thank you for being here, and have a great week.
Judge, may I interrupt one more time, please?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the Sheriff's Department for, we delivered some gift bags to a hospital, Providence East, last week. And what a tremendous job the Sheriff's Department did insofar as assisting my office in delivering those goodie bags along with donations from other companies such as Chick-fil-A and Starbucks. And a shout out to Chris Acosta, who, as I told the sheriff, is tremendous. I mean, just a tremendous help to me in thanking all our frontline personnel, to include the nurses, our sheriff's department, and police. So again, a shout out to the sheriff's department for doing such a great job.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner, and also for Chris Acosta, the additional recognition. If something's going on, she seems to be in the middle of that and helping out. So thank you for that. Same thing for Mr. Pete Ferroni, and we just have a tremendous amount of very encouraged, very, very proud when we hear about everything that the sheriffs and constables do. So I'm really glad for this resolution and to thank everyone that's out there. So thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Jessica.
Could we please have a motion and a second for this resolution, please?
Okay, move to approve. Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
And Judge Samaniego.
Well, my apologies. We got so excited we moved forward without the motion. So my wrong there. So aye.
A motion carries.
Thank you, Jessica.
Item 5C. Approve and adopt a resolution declaring the month of January 2021 as School Board Recognition Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Well, and I'm very privileged on this one in particular because, you know, the schools have really been challenged and they're very separate. You know, a lot of the things that they've done to support my orders and those of the county are things that they've taken upon themselves to do, you know, to take our recommendations and move forward with them. I don't think going forward is going to be probably one of the biggest challenges of the schools being able to integrate. We know that halting the schools, and we know the impact it's had, especially on our young children, of not being in a social environment is detrimental. So the sooner we move towards the ability and the potential of being in school and in person is going to be very important for the development of our children in our community and our young adults. So this is very special to me. I know that the volunteer work and what happens on the boards are just amazing because it's up to them to be able to monitor and govern what is taking place and making sure that everything is done according to law and according to what should be happening. So the boards play a tremendous role. So I'm very privileged to enter this resolution. Whereas the mission of the public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society and an ever-changing world. Whereas local school board members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of the child. And whereas local school board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision we want for our students. And whereas local school board members are responsible for ensuring the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system. And whereas local school board members are strong advocates for public education, are responsible for communicating the needs of the school districts to the public and the public's expectations to the district. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby declare the month of January 2021 as School Board Recognition Month. I urge all citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication and hard work of local school board members and in working with them to mold an education system that meets the needs of both today's and tomorrow's children. Signed this 11th day of January, 2021. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you.
Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I'd like to have Dr. Mesa Chavez start off, and then also if she could introduce, she's worked very hard at putting this together, so I thank you for getting everybody, as many involved in the school boards. And so Dr. Chavez, if you want to go first, please.
Absolutely, County Judge Samaniego, thank you so much, and County Commissioners. It is my pleasure to be able to partake as the RAC chair for the superintendents in Region 19 El Paso County area. I know that I speak for my colleagues in the superintendency. The partnerships we have as teams within our respective districts, I know that we could not do the work that we do for our respective communities in the El Paso County area if it were not for the leadership of our board trustees. And I know that I speak for my colleagues alongside thanking them for their hard work. They've been a pillar for us as we have tried to get all of our districts moving forward throughout this pandemic. They've worked hard, making sure that their respective communities take care of nourishment for children, the health of our communities, technology, and also providing opportunities for them to find out where they can get finance. And so I do thank you, Judge Samaniego and County Commissioners, for taking this moment to acknowledge all of our trustees in the El Paso region. I am going to pass it over to our board president from San Elizario ISD, Mrs. Sandra Licon.
Thank you. Sandra.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego and County Commissioners. Thank you for the recognition and resolution in honor of boards in Paso County. At San Elizario ISD, not only are our students academically receiving recognitions in Skills USA and in robotics, we are also home to 4A state champions in soccer and most recently in cross country, holding 5 state titles. So go Eagles! This is possible by a shared vision and goals to always put students first. I'd like to mention those amazing individuals we have honored to work alongside. Fellow trustees Rebecca Roberto, Michelle Garcia, Eduardo Chavez, and Fernie. We've been dedicated and committed to working in unison with our superintendent, staff, parents, and community to ensure that all our students excel, succeed, and thrive in our district. Again, thank you. It's an honor to serve San Elizario ISD, be part of Region 19, where we collaborate with other districts so together all our students in Paso County can receive an excellent public education. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra, so much. And before I forget, we're very proud of Sanelli and in our district, and thank you for that. Go ahead, Dr. Chavez.
We have our board president from Tornillo, Ms. Marlene Bullard, if she will take the mic next.
Excellent.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Your Honor, Commissioners. Really appreciate the opportunity to get to speak before you this morning. And thank you for the resolution. On behalf of Tornillo ISD's board members and our learning community, we greatly appreciate this recognition. But more importantly, we want to express our gratitude to all of you for all the advocating that you all have done on behalf of our communities, our districts, our staff, and especially our kids and their families. In a normal time, your service is appreciated. Right now, in these unprecedented times, we are most grateful to all of you for the service you're doing as well. So on behalf of Tornillo, and I think I can say on behalf of Region 19, we really appreciate all of you and thank you for doing this resolution for us.
Thank you, Merlene. And we have a great commissioners court, extremely supportive to the schools and each one of their precincts. So I'm very fortunate as well to have this great team. Dr. Chavez?
Yes, we have also from Canutillo, Mr. Coronado, President Coronado, if you'll take the mic next.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Judge Samaniego, honorable members of Commissioners Court, thank you all very much for recognizing the service of school board members, not just here in our region, but throughout the state of Texas and this country. We appreciate the leadership that the county government has taken in making sure that our students and teachers and staff are safe during this pandemic. We appreciate the leadership that you all have done through these tough times. You know, but we stand in partnership because our responsibility as trustees is really to focus on the students, because our students will be the next leaders and who will run our country. To that end, we stand in partnership to develop these young minds to be inclusive of everyone's voice. In light of what happened last week, you know, this is a teaching moment for all of us, for our teachers to teach our students, you know, to ask questions, to gather and agree on facts, and let our students make education. We love this country. And I think that that's the hope for our country moving forward is education. Our country has had severe gashes and sores because of what has happened. And a lot of them has been because of the division to certain groups. And education has always been there to overcome, because our ideals in this country have overcome that. So I want to thank our government. We stand in partnership with you. You know, the county, through its Justice of the Peace, are that bastion against, you know, dropouts from our community. I would challenge that we need to have a more rigorous program for that, as well as those kids that we know that do not graduate end up coming into our criminal justice system that obviously the county is oversees. And so we have some challenges abroad coming forward, but I know that that we will overcome this. Our country is great, our community is great, and we want to thank everybody for recognizing the service of school board members, but it's really not us. We need to recognize mainly the teachers and our staff, and really we need to focus on our students. So with that, thank you all very much for the recognition. We do it gladly, with love, and without pay. So thank you all very much for recognizing that.
Thank you, Mr. Coronado, and everything else that you do for our community. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Chavez.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Bob Geske from El Paso ISD.
Excellent, Bob.
You can unmute. There you go.
You can go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners Court, Judge Samaniego. It's an honor to be on the same program with the Commissioners Court, especially the beautiful Carl Robinson. Thank you for this proclamation on behalf of the 8,000 teachers, administrators, support personnel who have done such an incredible job in this almost impossible situation. For that, we are eternally grateful. And again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geske. Appreciate we've had the Independent School District, El Paso Independent School District, extremely carries a tremendous amount. And when everybody goes back to school, it's going to be very favorable. But we thank you for everything you do to take our recommendations as we are moving forward. And like I said, we have no more than the ability to recommend, and we're just appreciative of the fact that a lot of them are adhered to, and that you do follow the orders that we have placed going forward. Dr. Chavez?
Judge, may I make a comment with regards to
Absolutely. Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson. Go ahead.
I would like to recognize the fact that all of the teachers and all of the administrators that are involved with educating our children is really greatly appreciated. But Mr. Bob Jeske was a teacher in the classroom for well over 20 years. Outside the classroom, Bob Jeske was a teacher in the community as he served as the official referee for basketball, volleyball, and football, where he taught young people to be officials in those various sports. In fact, some of those individuals that Mr. Jesse taught in school as well as in officiating are now officiating in the NBA and the NFL. Mr. Jesse is a great man, and Bob, congratulations and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for those additional words. Thank you. Appreciate that. Great insight to Bob now.
Thank you. And we have from Clint, Ms. Arlene Parada.
Arlene, go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Judge Samaniego and honorable members of the Commissioner's Court. Very honored to be here today in your presence along with fellow board presidents from Region 19. On behalf of the Clinton Independent School District board members, Arturo Rocky Cruz, Mary Macias, James Pendel, Jaime Lopez, Adrian Perez, and Isela Torres, we commend you on the work that you've done to advocate for our school district, our students, our teachers, our staff, and we are very honored to receive this recognition today. In all honesty, the true recognition goes to our superintendent, Dr. Juan Martinez, our teachers, our staff, our administrators, employees, and volunteers that make it all happen. We continue to be very grateful for the continued support, and we ask that you continue to advocate for us so that we can get all our teachers vaccinated and have everybody safe back in the classroom. As a teacher myself, I do want to, again, thank you all for everything you do to advocate for us and continue to support public schools. More than anything, I think that we can all say that this has brought us truly together, and we look forward to continue joining forces and making sure that all of our students in El Paso County are receiving the highest level of education, and that we're able to support not only our families but each other in the communities, and obviously make sure that we're providing a great future for our future leaders. So thank you for the recognition, and we truly are grateful to be recognized today.
Thank you so much. I had really pushed hard for all teachers to get vaccinated, but the system is so rigid on categories. But I thought, my goodness, if anybody needs to be vaccinated and feel comfortable and feel appreciated, that would be one category. And I got a little bit of pushback on we can't target certain areas, but just want you to know that the commissioners, myself, very understanding of what's going to happen moving forward and the dedication that you're going to have to move forward properly. So thank you, Arlene. Dr. Chavez?
Yes, we also have Mr. Cuellar from Anthony.
Excellent, Mr. Cuellar.
You want to unmute yourself, Mr. Cuellar?
Go ahead, Mr. Cuellar.
All right. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
On behalf of our team of 8 at Anthony ISD, I want to thank the El Paso Commissioners Court for honoring our school boards. During this time challenging time of COVID-19, our board has remained strong because we are united in the efforts to serve the needs of our students. It has been difficult and stressful, but our team has risen up and met every challenge and has been successful in providing a quality education and safe environment for our students and staff. Finally, I want to also recognize all the other boards in Region 19 for their efforts during this pandemic to serve the needs of their communities. And thank you. With that, I will end my conversation, Judge, Commissioners. It's been something troubling, but we're going to overcome all this very soon.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for your time to being here with us, Dr. Chavez.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, Judge. We have one more from Fabens, and that is Mr. Orlando Flores.
Mr. Flores.
Yes, sir. Honorable Judge Samaniego and honorable commissioners, thank you for allowing us to speak to you this morning. I really appreciate that. I've got a few things that I just want to thank you for all the support. First of all, I want to express our thanks for the generous financial support for the purchase of technology equipment, including Chromebooks and hotspots, by providing matching grants along with TEA so that our students could continue their learning through remote instruction. Obviously very important in all our districts. COVID has impacted all our school districts. Our teachers have been our teachers and our students have been our heroes. And so through this pandemic, so working together, we strive to provide teachers with the opportunity to receive a vaccine as soon as possible. And so we ask, I know that we've all asked this, but we ask that the county partner up with us and help us provide this, because as you said, Judge, our teachers are basically our first line of defense here, and we need them healthy. And then the last thing, I just on behalf of Fabens ISD, the Board of Trustees, and I will name them: Ray Sepulveda, Ben Morales, Sylvia Gonzalez, Rosemary Gallo Avitia, Greg Spence, Adan Escobar, and our superintendent, Dr. Veronica Vigil. We really appreciate the support and the strong partnership of this county commissioners court and everyone involved. And I can tell you this, I'll leave you with this little quote. It's just something that was sent to me. Teamwork makes things happen for school districts. So really appreciate everything that y'all have done for us. And you can count on us, anything we can do. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Flores. Thank you. Dr. Chavez?
Thank you so much. And we are missing 2 districts, but I know they were not able to make it. But we want to thank you on behalf of all the superintendents, as well as all of the children in El Paso County. Together, all of our trustees in all our respective districts make El Paso strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chavez. I think we also have on the line Selman Chavira. Is he on the line as well from Harmony?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Judge. On behalf of Harmony Public Schools, thank everybody for the recognition to our board members. It goes beyond the board members, it goes to our teachers, to our students. And it's been hard, as we all know. All of our school districts have been hit. But thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, everybody, for what you have done to try and keep us safe. On behalf of Harmony Public Schools, we appreciate everything that you have done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's so many incredible elements and aspects of Commissioner's Court, but I can tell you that my favorite is the recognizing of individuals like yourself, because, it's just we sort of bring them forth. There's a lot of we have a good audience now. People listen to that, and just recognizing each and every one of you and what you do. And as we said, it's unpaid. It's volunteer. You're a volunteer. A lot of work goes into it, and I'm not sure people really truly understand. So we spoke earlier that awareness is probably one of the most important things that we could do. And right now, this awareness of everything and the challenges that you all have, going forward it's very important. We ask our parents to be, patient, and you have to work with every element, just like we do, all the constituents, the parents, the students, agencies, and everything that you have to work in, and those partnerships that you have to form. So I'm very privileged that I had the opportunity to bring this forth. But like I said, more than anything, thank you. Thank you very much for everything that you do. Whatever we could do moving forward, we do need to move in unison and supportive. And I know in a couple of the presentations you've asked for our support. And, I know Betsy Keller and her team have been extremely, supportive of what's happening in our school districts, especially in the rural areas. And I work very close with the mayors from the rural areas. And so these partnerships are so important. So once again, thank you for your time and your words and for being here with us today. It means a lot to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody have a great and safe week, and hopefully we'll all get vaccinated eventually. And I hope that the teachers are right there. Any opportunity that you have, please do so. Thank you. Go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you all.
Yes,
you,
item
Dr.
number 6 is public comment. We do not have anybody signed up to speak for public comment. We'll take no action for item number 6. Item number 7, regular agenda. Receive a presentation of the audited financial statements for the El Paso County Hospital District as of September 30th, 2020, and for the year then ended, and take appropriate action.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Judge,
Jacob.
Commissioners.
Thank you for being here with us today, and I'll take a quick second to thank you for your leadership. If anybody I'm dealing with, whether it's UTEP or Texas Tech or El Paso, anything, you seem to be in the midst of that. So thank you for your leadership, not only for UMC, but I think you've gained the respect of being a leader in the healthcare, and because you are such a close partner to us, that's quite an advantage. So. Jacob, thank you and all your team for everything that you do. Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you, Judge. And obviously, wouldn't be possible without having a great commissioners court or board at UMC to help us do that. Today's agenda item is really to present the 2020 audit presentation. This will be done by Chris Clark, who is a partner with BKD. And so what I'd like to do is pass it to him, and then afterwards, to see we get your approval for the audit presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all, and thank you for having me today. I've got a brief presentation to give you related to the 2020 audit for UMC El Paso. I'll try to move through this as quickly as possible, but feel free to stop and ask any questions as we go along. If we can move to the next slide, the first thing that I wanted to point out is what our responsibility was and what we've concluded as it relates to the audit. On the screen here, you can see the list of the audits that we've performed for the district. That includes the consolidated district as a whole, El Paso Health, El Paso Children's Hospital, and then the 2 foundations. We have issued unmodified opinions on all of these financial statements. That means that BKD is providing a reasonable level of assurance that the financial statements and footnotes are both accurate and complete. This unmodified opinion is auditor lingo for clean opinion, so that's the type of opinion that you would be looking for. So no issues to report in that regard. We annually are also required to perform a grant compliance audit if federal funding exceeds $750,000. That compliance audit has been delayed due to guidance that we're waiting on from HHSC on auditing of the provider relief funds. Our speculation at this point is that compliance audit is going to be moved to fiscal year 2021. But in any event, the compliance audit for fiscal 20 will be released in the first quarter of fiscal 21. We also wanted to note here that BKD, as it has in years past, received full cooperation from the team at UMC El Paso. It's a very collaborative process. We talk with management throughout the year, always have a good understanding of what's going on within the organization, and get all the cooperation that we need from the team as it relates to conducting the audit. If you'll move to the next slide, we've listed here all the significant risk areas that we identified through our annual risk assessment process, and those are consistent with last year and primarily include the main estimates that you would identify in the financial statements, and those are listed there for you on the screen. The last item that you see there in the first section is provider relief funds. Obviously, the provider relief funds that were received through the CARES Act were new this year. A lot of accounting implications associated with that, and I'll touch on those towards the end of the presentation. And then on the second section of the screen here, you'll see our significant financial statement disclosures. These are the disclosures that accompany the financial statements that we deem to be the most material and important to the users of the financial statements. These are also consistent with prior year, except for a footnote on COVID-19 and the various provisions of the CARES Act that had benefit to the organization. And if you looked at the audit report itself, you'll see a couple of pages of additional footnotes related to that law. If you'll move to the next screen, I'm going to the next several slides include some financial information, both the current year and prior years, along with some key ratios. And we are showing some peer averages as we have in years past. And included in those peer averages are these entities in addition to UMC, Parkland, Harris Health, JPS Health Network in Fort Worth, UHS in San Antonio, UMC in Lubbock, and then the Ector and Midland County Hospital districts. You'll notice some peer comparisons on the upcoming slides, and so I wanted to give you a sense of who's included in that peer group and the size of those organizations relative to UMC El Paso. On the next slide, we've summarized for you the balance sheets over the last 5 years. And a couple of things that I wanted to highlight for you here. In fiscal 20, you'll notice the growth in cash and short-term investments from $45 million in 2019 up to $185 million in 2020. You did have some growth in cash just from your normal operating activities this year, but the biggest reason for that increase is the receipt of about $63 million of provider relief funds and $30 million in Medicare advance payments. In addition to the provider relief funds, the CARES Act expanded the Medicare advance payment program, which allowed providers to receive Medicare payments in advance of providing the services, and that was designed to help with liquidity in healthcare organizations at the beginning of the pandemic. Those will be paid back over time as Medicare withholds payments for future claims since you've received those payments in advance. So that's why you see that significant growth there in cash and investments. But another reason you also see some growth in cash and investments is that decrease in patient accounts receivable between 2019 and 2020. Last year, accounts receivable was at $67 million. That was down to $54 million this year. If you recall, there was a system conversion back in 2019 that led to a slowdown in getting claims fully adjudicated, which was expected in a transition year like that. But the organization did a great job this year of bringing that patient accounts receivable back down, and you'll see that in a different format on an upcoming slide. On the lower half of the screen there, you'll see a decrease in non-current cash and investments from $46 million last year down to $20 million this year. That's primarily due to the expenditure of project funds associated with a bond issue in the previous year. And then you'll also notice a decrease in deferred outflows of resources from $52 million last year down to $30 million this year. That relates to your pension plan and the way that investment return on that pension plan is accounted for. The next slide will show you the liability side of the balance sheet. And again, here are a few things to highlight. You'll notice an increase in current liabilities from $150 million last year up to $210 million in 2020. That's primarily due to those provider relief funds. Although the funds were received in 2020, the guidance on how those funds could be used evolved throughout the year, and the accounting implications of that guidance was very complex. And so although the organization received about $63 million of funding, none of that has been recognized as revenue due to how those funds are required to be used and the reporting requirements associated with it. I've got a slide at the very end of the presentation where I'll explain that in more detail. But just note here that $63 million is currently sitting on the balance sheet as a liability, and that's the primary reason for that increase in current liabilities. You'll also notice an increase in other liabilities from $3 million in 2019 up to $26 million in 2020. That's primarily associated with those Medicare advance payments. Those advance payments were received during fiscal 20, but will be paid back over fiscal 21 and fiscal 22. And so a significant portion of that funding will not be paid back until fiscal 22. And so that's included on the balance sheet as a long-term liability at September 30th of 2020. Another thing that I'd like to point out here is that growth in net position from $94 million last year up to $125 million in 2020. That's a 33% increase in your equity year over year. So a nice strengthening of the balance sheet in fiscal 20 as compared to fiscal 19. On the next slide, we've summarized for you days cash on hand in the current year and in prior years, and then also compared that to some of the other districts. So just for your reference, the large districts include Parkland, Harris Health, JPS in Fort Worth, and UHS in San Antonio. The mid-sized districts include El Paso, Lubbock, Ector, and Midland, and then the all districts is all of those districts combined. So that will tell you who's in each of those categories. Your days cash on hand, again, increased significantly this year because of those provider relief funds and the Medicare advance payments. You went from just over 20 days last year up to 80 days in the current year. If we pull that provider relief funding out and the Medicare advance payments out, that number would drop to about 40 days, but still a nice increase in days cash on hand of about 20 days, even without that additional funding in 2020. On the next slide, you'll see net days in accounts receivable. As a reminder, this is how long it takes to fully adjudicate a patient claim. I mentioned earlier the decrease that we saw in accounts receivable, and that's reflected here also. Last year, it took about 70 days on average to fully adjudicate a claim because of the system conversion. That dropped down to just shy of 50 days in the current year, which is the lowest that it's been over this 5-year period and puts you right in line with your peers. So really a nice, while the conversion takes time and can impact patient accounts receivable over an extended period of time, this has been a good conversion if you look at just the improvement in how long it takes to get a patient claim paid. The next slide is a summary of your income statement over the same 5-year period. A few things that I'd like to highlight for you here. You'll notice a nice growth in patient service revenue year over year from $358 million last year up to $393 million in the current year. You'll also see an increase in other revenue from $322 million last year up to $377 million in 2020. That's primarily attributable to about a $30 million increase that you had in Medicaid supplemental funding programs, which was expected based on changes in how the uncompensated care pool is allocated among hospitals in the state. On the expense side of the ledger, the largest thing that will stick out to you is that change in intergovernmental transfers, which essentially went away this year, and that was expected based on the way that the state share of the supplemental funding programs is facilitated in the state of Texas. You moved away from intergovernmental transfers associated with a burden alleviation program and took on more of the costs associated with various physician contracts. And so while intergovernmental transfers decreased, you'll see that supplies and other line increased significantly. Overall, an improvement in the operating loss in the current year, which was down from $115 million last year to $83 million this year. And then you'll see an increase in your non-operating revenues of about $10 million, which is primarily attributable to about $11 million of growth in property tax revenue, which all led to a positive bottom line this year, a $31 million increase in your equity position. Just a couple of more slides for you. On the next slide, we'll show the supplemental revenue as a percentage of net patient service revenue. We like to show this slide because we think it's important for organizations to understand how important these supplemental Medicaid funding programs are to hospital districts in the state. So you can see here that in 2020, that funding accounted for approximately 40% of the hospital's revenue. That was up from the prior year due to that increase in the uncompensated care pool funding that you've received. And then the other bars that you see there will show you the same statistic for the other hospital districts in the peer group. The next slide will show you the support that property tax revenue provides to the organization. The bar is the total dollar value of property tax revenue, and the percentage that you see there is the percentage of the total revenue to the organization that represents. Consistent with prior years, your percentage is around 18%, which is much less than the other larger districts in the state. A little bit higher than Midland and Lubbock, right in line with what they see in Ector. Midland recently passed a sales tax revenue, so we anticipate that next year that percentage will change and will likely be above the percentage that you see there in El Paso. Lastly, I would like to just give you an overview of the provider relief funds. As I mentioned, the guidance on how these funds can be used has changed throughout the year multiple times. The funding can be used to cover COVID-specific expenses, and to the extent that the funding is in excess of the COVID expenses that have been incurred, the organization can apply those funds to lost revenues, and that's a measurement of calendar year 2020 revenue to calendar year 19 revenue. Most recently, in the Consolidated Appropriations Act, the legislation was changed to also allow a comparison of calendar 2020 revenue to budgeted revenue for that period. This guidance continues to evolve, and the first reporting period will be in February of this year. To the extent that the organization can't claim all of the funds that have been received, there will be another measurement period that ends on June 30th of 2021. I mentioned earlier that none of the revenue that you've received from these funds has been recognized, but we would expect that most, or if not all, of the funding that you've received will be recognized in fiscal 21 as you go through the reporting process and continue to incur costs associated with addressing the pandemic. Those are all of the prepared remarks that I had for you. I would just wrap up by saying, well, once again, that this was a very clean audit. There were no material adjustments proposed, no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal controls or anything of that nature. And we appreciate the opportunity to give you this report today. If there are any questions associated with my comments, I'd be happy to answer those at this time.
Well, thank you, Jacob. Having heard that, what keeps you up at night?
Right now, what keeps you up at night is really trying to get as much vaccine for El Paso as possible. I know with the help of the Public Health Department as a mega site and UMC as a mega site, our goal is to continue to leverage the state to send us more vaccine. At the rate we're going to need a lot more to be able to cover our city. And so really that's probably the thing that's been the uppermost focus for our team this whole fiscal year in 2020, as well as this current fiscal year.
And Michael, any additional comments, Michael?
Yes, probably the only other comment that I would add is, yes, the district as a whole, we did receive $63 million in provider relief fund. You know, after the October-November surge that we had here in the El Paso area, we did have a lot of COVID expenditures, so we were able to claim against this provider relief funding. But my concern continues now over the next 6 months as we start using or claiming against a provider relief fund. Are we going to have enough provider relief funds if this COVID pandemic continues past June?
Thank you, Michael. Anything else, Jacob?
Just from my standpoint, Commissioner Samaniego, I do want to acknowledge the accounting teams of wealthy entities, University Medical Center, also El Paso Health, and also El Paso Children's. Without their work and without their due diligence, they're the ones that deserve the true credit for the district having a good, solid audit report.
Well, thank you for that and that recognition. We feel the same way about your team, and with Frank and everybody, and Cindy and everybody else. So thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the audit.
Second. And it is actually, hi, this is Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney. It'll be in a motion to accept, please. Thank you.
Okay, motion to accept the audit. And we have a second from Commissioner Holguin.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
Well, thank you all of you for being here today. We appreciate it. Stay safe, and I know we'll be in touch, Jacob. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank Chris. Thank you, Mike.
Item number 8, Commissioners Court. Approve and authorize the allocation of $5,000 in hotel occupancy tax funds for a project with Preservation Texas and KTSM to produce videos that promote the history of El Paso. Further authorize an allocation in the amount of $5,000 to assist the Trust Society with operational costs from SR Tourist Promotion Operations Expenses General. Opinion number 201317. And we do have 2 guests signed up to speak on this item.
You want to go ahead and start, Commissioner Stout, please?
Yeah, so just to remind you all about this, we've seen this before in the past. I mean, it'll be new for you, Commissioner Holguin, but the opportunities to bolster our tourism sector are fairly limited right now because of the fact that we're not fully to the point of encouraging people to travel widely. But the opportunities to highlight El Paso's architectural history are evergreen, and will hopefully make people aware of El Paso and what we have available as they're staying in and seeing what's out there. This video partnership that we're looking at with Preservation Texas is a pretty big deal. They are a principal statewide promoter of historic preservation and have a wide reach. The video segments will, I think, look great on TV, and we'll be able to use them as well as receive benefits of Preservation Texas promotion of El Paso's architectural history. These segments are going to have a blend of city and county locations, including the Mission Trail and some of the work of Henry Trost. There's a really rich architectural history here, and absolutely something that I feel that we need to promote and use to distinguish ourselves. Preservation Texas is looking to increase their El Paso footprint because of the court's work in seeking the National Register designations here. And this partnership is going to allow us to amplify the work that we have done already in the historic preservation space at a really small cost. So, and also the support of the Trust Society is a local investment in promotion of heritage tourism, including the type of event that helps El Pasoans become more connected with their own architectural history by hosting educational events in buildings designed by Trost and Trost. And the other thing to remember is that these would be hotel occupancy tax funds, which have very limited range of potential statutory uses, and historic preservation falls squarely within the wheelhouse of hot fund usage. And I know that there is going to be there is less tourism and has been less tourism, and because of the pandemic. I think pulling the plug on all these promotional efforts will cause us to miss what is, in many cases, literally a captive audience, and will also, may cause us to fall further behind others who have more robust heritage tourism industries and promotions. So I don't know if anybody has any questions, or I guess we'd want to hear from the public as well.
Absolutely. Who do we have, Miguel? Speakers?
First, we have Mr. Max Grossman.
Dr. Grossman, go ahead.
Thank you all very much. Can you hear and see me okay?
We sure can.
Okay. Judge, County Commissioners, Chief Administrator Keller, thank you for having me on this morning. First, I just want to take this opportunity to congratulate Commissioner Holguin on her new position. Speaking for myself and many other people, we're thrilled to see you there. And I also just want to congratulate the Commissioners Court in general for their excellent visionary heritage tourism policy, crowned by this upcoming achievement of establishing 2 national registered districts in El Paso and our urban barrios, an extraordinary project which has captured the attention of the state as well as stakeholders at the national level. Preservation Texas, I sit on the board. There are 15 of us. I represent West Texas, so there are 15 board members and an executive director. Established in 1985, Preservation Texas is the advocate for the historic resources of Texas. It is the leading preservationist organization in the state. It has extraordinary reach. It advocates for historic preservation, heritage tourism, tax credits for historic preservation. The partnership that we're proposing here is with KTSM 9 News, 10 video segments, 4 minutes each, to be aired at prime time once a month for 10 months. And these segments will showcase the architectural history and built environment of El Paso County, the entire county, not just the city, but also the county. And certainly not just Trost and Trost, all architecture, including Mabel Welch, an extraordinary female architect, Gibson and Robertson, Kniesel, all the major firms, and not just the 20th century, but also the 19th century, 18th century, and 17th century, going all the way back to the Spanish missions and even potentially Native American contributions to our built environment. So this is very exciting. The first segment would be on the African American history of the Segundo Barrio, focusing on the Second Baptist Church of 1906, just in time for African American History Month. So these 10 segments will be, the credit will be shared by El Paso County, Preservation Texas, and KTSM 9 News, and we will co-own the intellectual rights. And so these videos can be used by the county to promote heritage tourism, and as Commissioner Stout just said, Preservation Texas will use its vast network to promote El Paso throughout the state. And this comes at the price of $5,000 for all 10 segments. I think it's an incredible bargain. And I can tell you that Preservation Texas is hoping that this will be a template for similar efforts in other Texas cities. This is really a pioneering collaborative project. That said, our other ask is for $5,000 to support the operations of the Trost Society. Trost Society was established as a 501c3 4 years ago. It consists of a board of 9, including myself and Bernie Sargent, who are here this morning, as well as 10 staff who handle operations, grant writing, membership, and social media. We have a social media presence of almost 9,000 people. We are the premier preservationist group in our region, promoting our built environment, heritage tourism, tax credits, and so on. We're basically a local, smaller version of Preservation Texas. Now, I know Bernie, who's the chair of the Trost Society, I'm the vice chair, can talk more specifically about how we might use funding from the county. But I can tell you that between these two projects, the video project for Preservation Texas and the operations for the Trost Society, we can leverage your efforts to promote heritage tourism, to develop these national historic districts, a great deal by promoting what you're doing and partnering with you every step of the way, and really leveraging our incredibly rich cultural resources to the maximum. There are precedents for this kind of collaboration. I know you've been supporting the County Historical Commission for many years, and you've also supported other nonprofits in the past. But I think that this comes at just the right moment, right? Yes, I know we're in the middle of the pandemic, but to get everything in place and to promote our heritage. Very, very important to get that going now. We only have 2.1% of tourist dollars captured by our county, and we really should be in the double digits. And I'm hoping that these efforts will contribute and reach a great number of people. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Grossman. And I guess we'll hear now from Mr. Sargent. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Happy New Year's to you. My name is Bernie Sargent, currently the chair of the Trost Society, scholar director of the Texas Historical Foundation, and Texas Mountain Trail Board of Directors, just to mention a few of the boards that I have the honor to serve on. Like Mr. Grossman, I applaud the Commissioners Court for their continued support of our great heritage and commitment to educate El Pasoans and the many visitors online and in person. Now, regarding item 8 and our request, here's what we'd like to do with the funding. It's going to assist us in a number of ways to enhance heritage tourism in El Paso. First of all, we'll be maintaining and expanding our interactive map with early architects in our county. If you haven't already, please go to trostsociety.com and you can see the very comprehensive interactive map. What we would like to do, as Dr. Grossman had mentioned, is expand it to include the likes of the other architects that are very famous, Mabel Welch being one that he mentioned. She was the first female architect in this area, the second female architect in the state of Texas, licensed by the state. And these are just some of the folks we would like to pontificate on in our mapping strategy for El Paso. Develop podcasts. Now, a lot of you probably saw the podcast that I was involved with at another network, KVIA, that aired for 3 years and had an incredible reception by the public, not only locally, but on an international level. It's now on YouTube, and people are viewing these things from around the world. I know just Saturday, I had the honor of participating with an Eagle Scout project over at Keystone Park, and the new executive for the Boy Scouts of America here in El Paso, Ty Page, had mentioned before he came here, he went online from a remote location and learned a lot of history just by looking at the videos that we had put together. So what we're proposing for you to help us with is to expand that coverage. Now also, as most people know, that not everybody is adept at using smartphones and computers. They like to have a brochure in their hand, so we would like to also supplement the videos with some written material so that these folks can take that piece of paper, that information, that brochure with them when they leave El Paso and share it with other folks. Now, to do these, we're going to need to contract qualified individuals such as photographers, web developers, assistance with authoring and printing of the collateral that we're proposing to put together. Now, we've got a strong board, but our experience levels amongst the team are limited, and this gives us a rise to need to contract outside expertise so that we may offer first-class representation of El Paso County's architectural patrimony. Not just the architects, but the builders, the investors, and especially the occupants of these buildings throughout the county. These stories need to be told, and most importantly, they need to be shared. So I would like to thank you for your careful consideration and enlist your continued support of our efforts to create a stronger esprit de corps amongst our fellow El Pasoans and visitors alike. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you both. It's, appreciate both everything that you do, the tourism and being able to capture that with such an incredible history that we have here in El Paso, El Paso County. I was very fortunate last week. I was able to get a tour of the Trost building, of the Cortez building, along with Alfredo Corchado, who's a journalist very interested in our history. But I kept thinking there should be a line around the entire building, because after you go in there, it's just so fascinating. And obviously, Felix knows a lot, Mr. Felix, but not every detail. And even with his limited knowledge, I was just so impressed. I've been there so many times, and I couldn't stop being impressed about how we need to promote not only outward, but here in our own community for people to know. We have to figure a way that if we love something, everybody else is going to love it even more when people from outside here. But we got to start with our own community. And so these promotions are just excellent in trying to get our community to understand the gems that we have here in El Paso. And they're just amazing to me. Like I said, I'd been there, I don't know how many dozens and dozens of times, and I was still left there breathless because of everything that I got to see that I had forgotten about. So I thank you both for reminding us that one of the great opportunities for El Paso is heritage tourism. And the other one that you mentioned is that I've said all along, and I know this is the focus of Commissioners Court, and that is that when we are able to, get rid of this virus and go into a normal, we can't afford to have left anything behind. We got to be working on a lot of things so that there's an alignment that when we come out with a lot of fundamental things. And I think one of them that we cannot leave behind independent of the virus. And we've done everything we can as the county not to allow the virus to interfere with some of the fundamental things that need to happen. And I think heritage tourism is something that we have to keep working on. And it'll be something as we come out that's going to help our economy, that we're going to come out in a very desperate situation in some sense. And so we need to be able to have certain things that will help us sort of catapult us away from the devastation that it's cost on our economy. So thank you both for this need to promote what we have. I think is very important. So thank you. Commissioner Stout, back to you.
I think Commissioner Lone had his hand up, but I just wanted to clarify real quick that you'll see in the backup that there's legal memos on both of these expenditures, that they are eligible for hot funding. And I know that last time we discussed this, there were questions about the rights to use and whether it could be used for profit. And we're going to make sure that is that's very clear that they can't be used for profit. It's the rights will be owned by Preservation Texas and KTSM and the County of El Paso, but none of those entities can actually take these videos and start selling them and make a profit off them. So I just wanted to clarify those two things that I know that came up last time.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Luna, I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't see you. Go ahead.
No problem. No problem. Thank you. I like the idea. I really like the concept. The only question I've got, do we anticipate showing those videos outside of El Paso? Are we going to do it statewide, nationwide? What is the plan?
Go ahead, Dr. Grossman.
I'm glad to address you, Commissioner Leon. Thank you for the question. The answer is emphatically yes. Preservation Texas in Austin is a statewide organization, and we intend to use the organization's networks to promote that video across the state in many different ways, by email, through social media platforms, and even through our elected officials, just so that everybody understands how beautiful and wonderful our patrimony is. In addition, some of the production from the Trove Society, we're going to leverage through Preservation Texas as well, including some podcasts that we're working on. So we're going to really maximize those resources and maximize the impact of this collaboration statewide.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to move to approve the item.
Judge.
Yes, ma'am. Betsy?
I'm sorry. Before you all vote on this item, I want to just explain and make sure that it's clear to the court. Thank you so much, Commissioner Stout, for bringing this forward. This item approves the concept, and the staff will be working with Mr. Grossman and Mr. Sargent to bring back the agreements that actually effectuates the funding. So if you will, today we ask that you all approve the concept, because whenever there's a mid-budget request, we ask the court to approve the concept, then we bring back the actual contracts. So we will work quickly to do that, because I know the KTSM item is something we want to get launched as quickly as possible.
Yes.
So we will work with our team, our historic tourism and preservation coordinator, Valerie, and then Jose Landeros to bring these items back as quickly as possible.
Great. Thank you. That's a great partnership. Thank you. Jessica?
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Grossman and Mr. Sargent for being on hand.
Our honor.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you again.
Thank you both for being here with us. Appreciate your help. Thank you. Have a
Thank you to
great
the
week.
court, Mr. Landeros and Ms. Keller. Thank you all.
Thank you. Both of you have a great week. And be safe. Thank you. Go ahead, Jessica.
Item number 9, County Administration. Receive a report and discuss the CARES Act grant and the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act 2021.
Good morning,
Betsy,
Judge and
go ahead.
Commissioners.
Oh.
Wally Hargrove from the
thank
Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy.
Thank you, Wally.
Yes, sir. This item is your weekly update for the CARES Act account. Starting this week, we have also added narrative to this agenda as well regarding the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplement Appropriations Act of 2021. In regards to the original CARES Act, the expense and purchase orders currently stand at $15.2 million, slight increase, while commitments total just under $2.2 million, a small increase. That leaves a balance currently at approximately $10.2 million. The major account changes relate to the increase for the interest earnings budget that, in addition to what was approved on last week's agenda, as well as adjustments to our current commitments. As discussed earlier today on item 10, our Public Works team are currently putting together the cost estimates for the mega sites for setup and preparation at both the County Coliseum and the Sports Park, and we will include that and take that into account for this source of funding, but we'll also see if the newly approved federal fundings are available. Preliminary cost estimates are just over $126,000. My staff and I continue to work closely with the auditor staff for end-of-year reconciliation. To that end, I would request that if county departments have pending or outstanding CARES Act items pending, that they include, these include invoices and receiving reports, we ask that they process those in as timely a fashion as possible. Regarding the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplement Appropriations Act, there was an announcement made last week for additional emergency rental assistance, and we do have one item on today's agenda that was time sensitive for the court to authorize the county to apply. This will be discussed later on your agenda on item 21. We don't know, however, how much will be awarded, but upon notice of that award, we'll keep the court informed. Additionally, this morning, the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Transit Administration announced a total of $14 billion in federal allocations. This is to continue to support the nation's public transportation systems. Our public staff, our public works staff, as always, will work very closely with TxDOT to track and apply for funding that comes down to and through the state. These and other program details will certainly pick up in frequency over the next few months, and our collective teams will stay abreast of availability, drawdown deadlines, guidelines, and details as such. Now, this concludes my report this week, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Wally. Thank you, your team, for everything that you do. Commissioners, any questions?
I have a couple of questions, Judge.
Go ahead, Commissioner Olguin.
Thank you. Wally, so it looks like we haven't spent any of the money that was allocated for senior meals. Is that correct? And what is our plan to make sure that we use those funds?
Correct, and I apologize for not being on your picture there. I had a wrong setting. So we've had found an alternate source of funding through other grants that allowed us to supplement those senior meals. So we did not have the necessity to use our CARES Act dollars. So we were able to attain that.
Great. And then it still looks like we have about half of the funding that we had allocated for PPE. What are we thinking that we always are in need of PPE, obviously. But I noticed that we still have about half of those funds available.
So on the PPE category, let me just look at that screen really quickly. So that category of $6.9 million is for medical, PPE, and sanitization. And so as we look at closing this process out and sweeping those funds for reimbursement to the county, we'll look at what PPE budget we want to establish for the balance of this year to meet our ongoing needs. What we do have, Commissioner, available is during this process, we set up a large order of PPE that is available through purchasing. And on a routine basis, departments submit their PPE request to our office and auditors, and purchasing arranges for the delivery of that PPE. So that includes the gloves, the masks, sanitization products, and the such. So we do have a supply on hand to meet immediate needs.
And Wally, that
Betsy,
line
any
item
additional
also
comments?
pays.
No, Betsy,
I'm sorry,
do you have any
Judge.
additional comments
Yes, sir. Thank
on
you.
that item?
That line item also pays for if we pay to have sanitization done. In the meantime, what we've done, when this initially started, we were bringing in external sanitization to be done in our buildings. But for the most part, we have now trained staff and purchased equipment to do that ourselves. But if there's a need for external sanitization, this line item would also pay for that, as well as any medical expenses. So UMC for the jail medical, they break down their billing each month for any expenses that might be COVID related, so that we can pay those out of this line item. And going forward, we would continue to pay those types of expenses. When we thought we were going to lose the funding at the end of the year, we plan to use this remaining funding to offset public safety salaries that are qualified. But since it's been extended, we're now reevaluating. Wally and the team, they're working to close out some existing invoicing so we can reconcile the total balance that remains. We'll recommend a partial sweep to offset some of the public safety salaries, and then also an ongoing budget. So for example, the ongoing expenses of the decedent holding facility will be something that will come out of these remaining CARES funds. But we're waiting a couple weeks for reconciliation from audit and budget, so that we can bring back those ongoing expenses to the court for allocation.
Thank you, Ms. Keller.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Betsy. Go ahead, Commissioner
Yes, sir.
Holguin.
No, thank you. Thank you for that additional information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this week's report.
Thank you, Wally. Appreciate it.
Okay, there will be no
Go ahead.
action for item number 9. Item number 11, purchasing. Approve VMware support renewal for Information Technology Department using DIR TSO 392, awarded to SQL Data Systems Incorporated of Austin, Texas, in the amount of $93,337.21. Purchasing approved on December 22nd, 2020. Funding is available in General Fund, ITD, Maintenance Repair Software.
Good morning, Deborah Carrejo, Troll County Purchasing Agent. For this item, we're requesting favorable approval so that ITD can have the contract for the controls for their data centers. Notice that we're using the State of Texas Department of Information Resource Cooperative, which allows us an element of price control in an area that often can get out of control. If you approve this, the contracting will move forward soon, either today or at a later date.
Thank you, Deborah.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 12, approve award recommendation for bid 21-001 as needed pest control services for the County of El Paso to Eagle Pest Control of El Paso, Texas for the yearly amount of $23,464. Purchasing approved on December 21st, 2020. Funding is available in General Fund, Facilities Contract Services General.
Deborah Carrejo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. For this item, we're requesting favorable approval on the results of a competitive bid, 21001. As you can see, we had excellent vendor response, and the award will go to an El Paso vendor for a 3-year contract.
Vote to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 13, approve award recommendation for bid 21-002 as needed heating, ventilation, and air conditioning filters for the County of El Paso to Independent Air Filters of Lubbock, Texas, and Ferguson Enterprises of El Paso, Texas, as indicated on the tabulation. Purchasing approved on January 5th, 2021. Funding is available in various department accounts.
Deborah Carrejo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. We're requesting favorable approval on the results of this competitive bid as well. If you notice from the attached bid tabulation, we're awarding based on the lowest price, which is the requirement in a situation like this, and one of the awardees is an El Paso vendor.
Thank you, Deborah. Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 14, approve award recommendation for bid 21-003 janitorial supplies for the County of El Paso to Lawn Dry Supply of El Paso, Texas, Longhorn Distributing of El Paso, Texas, Shelby Distributions, Inc. of El Paso, Texas, Southwestern Mill Distributors, Inc. of El Paso, Texas, and Spectrum Paper Company, Inc. of El Paso, Texas, as indicated on the tabulation. Purchasing approved on December 22nd, 2020. Funding is available in various department accounts.
Deborah Carrejo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. We're requesting favorable approval on the results of another competitive bid in which multiple awards were able to occur. We had excellent vendor response, and the awards are to El Paso vendors.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second, and I'm really proud of that. All El Paso came through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 15, approve award recommendation for bid 21-005 newspaper advertising legal ads for the County of El Paso to El Paso, Inc. of El Paso, Texas, as indicated on the tabulation. Purchasing approved on December 22nd, 2020. Funding is available in General Fund, G-Admin Advertising.
Deborah Carrejo, Trumbull County Purchasing Agent. For this item, we're requesting favorable approval so that we can continue to contract with El Paso, Inc. for the newspaper ads, specifically in the case of purchasing and other types of ads that are required by law to be advertised for a certain amount of time. There are only 2 viable options within the County of El Paso limits for this, and both of them did respond, and we are awarding accordingly due to the competitive bidding.
Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Be safe.
Judge, at
Thank
this
you.
time, would you like to continue with the agenda, or would you like to take a recess?
And we'll take a lunch break now and be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess until 1 p.m.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into a regular open session. Judge, I'd like to go ahead and read in items 16 through 18 from Economic Development all at once. Item number
Absolutely.
16, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the 381 Economic Development Agreement with the El Paso Chamber of Commerce as an administrator of the County Financial Assistance for Safety, Technology, and Economic Resilience Program. Funding in the amount of $1,560,000 is available in General Fund, G-Admin, Appropriation Unallocated FB. Contract number 2020-1125. Item number 17, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Chapter 381 Economic Development Program Agreement with Workforce Solutions Borderplex as an administrator of the County Financial Assistance for Safety, Technology, and Economic Resilience Program. Funding in the amount of $1,030,000 is available in General Fund, G-Admin, Appropriation Unallocated B. Contract 2020-1126. And item number 18, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the 381 Economic Development Agreement with the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce as an administrator of the County Financial Assistance for Safety, Technology, and Economic Resilience Program. Funding in the amount of $1,560,000 is available in General Fund, G-Admin, Appropriation Unallocated FB. Contract number 2020-1129.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioner Salcedo Meadows, your Interim Director for Economic Development. The three items that were read into the record are the grant agreements with the El Paso Chamber, the El Paso Hispanic Chamber, and also with Workforce Borderplex Solutions for some of the programs that will be part of the county's Faster Economic Relief Program. For the benefit of Commissioner Holguin, I'd like to just provide a very brief overview of the program that is being approved in part today, and then let you all know that the loan agreements with Lift Fund, People Fund, and with the El Paso Community Foundation are scheduled to be placed on your January special session. Those agreements are a little bit more intricate because there is a loan component involved with that, and so it's taken us a little bit of time to reach to finalize that agreement and then reach consensus with each of the administrators. But would very much like to thank the County Attorney's Office for all their work in helping us get here. They've worked to standardize the agreement, and working with six agencies to have a standard agreement is difficult, it's cumbersome, but they've done a very great job at assisting the department in arriving there. So would be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to thank them for their work on the project. The county is taking $10 million of our emergency reserves, our unallocated and unappropriated fund, to set aside for economic recovery efforts. Those include a mixture of loans that may become forgivable, grants for build safe initiatives and investments like making investments in plexiglass, investments in air purifiers, all of the things that help to provide a safer environment for employees and consumers alike, and then also technical assistance. The proposal from the Workforce Borderplex Solutions is one to help companies who are looking to expand their digital footprint really have the resources and the guidance to do so, and not only just to have a Facebook or a website or a Twitter account, but to implement online ordering for restaurants and other things that really help facilitate some resilience and will be some of the positive benefits of all of these agencies, all of these businesses having to go through COVID, is how do you make that company more resilient? What's going to be the benefit of what the lessons learned from COVID are, and this new approach to curbside delivery and other alternative service delivery methods is something that we hope we can sustain and promote. And the Workforce Borderplex Solutions technical assistance is very critical in achieving that objective. So the program as a whole attempts to provide this, cash assistance, this liquidity that some businesses need, while also working to provide for the safety and welfare of residents and employees and consumers. And so we are not looking, there's a very specific set of criteria that are included in each of these agreements. where businesses cannot have sued the county in the past 2 years. Businesses cannot have received a citation from either the sheriff's office or any peace officer of the city of El Paso, a code enforcement officer from the city of El Paso, and have that, if they received that citation, if they paid that fine and admitted guilt and they've, accepted the fine, we don't want to, incentivize bad actors, I think is the phrase that we've used when we've been discussing this. We want to promote businesses and invest in businesses that are doing the right thing, who have done the right thing from the onset. And this program specifically is prioritizing the needs of businesses outside the city of El Paso. There are still resources available for the businesses within El Paso proper in the tune of $4 million, but $6 million has been set aside for businesses outside the city limits because there was no similar program in place using CARES Act dollars before this program came online. And this program is using local dollars, which gives us some more flexibility to achieve the objectives of the program that we have laid out and that have been discussed previously. But that $6 million, outlying businesses have first dibs on that cash flow, and we'll do so for about 2 months. We have an extensive outreach program that is currently underway in partnership with the Better Business Bureau to reach these businesses that will not only include direct mail to businesses that are qualified outside the city limits, but also include the use of promotoras to actually go door to door, business to business, and make that face-to-face contact that is necessary in a lot of the businesses that we see outside the city of El Paso because of lack of infrastructure, lack of familiarity with the technological resources that might be online. And so you have to make that more traditional method of communication. So we'll be working with the Better Business Bureau on that front. And so these businesses have 2 months to spend down that $6 million, recognizing that we have an immediate need to have these funds dispersed. After March 5th, if any business is not already in the queue and there's any unspent funds of that $6 million, it will be opened up to all businesses throughout the county. And there's a significant demand of companies that might have been waitlisted by the city or other agencies that are partnering with us because the funds ran out. There's a list of businesses that were sent an email at the onset of the program to let them at the beginning of the month to let them know you didn't qualify for the funding last time because you were outside the city limits. Now there's $6 million available specifically for your needs as a business. So here are your options. And all of that has been centralized in one place, epbusinessstrong.org, which is a partnership between the county and the Better Business Bureau. All of the resources are there. This afternoon, we will be launching a referral form, which will allow that website to actually capture information from businesses about the type of business, the type of assistance they're looking for. And it'll introduce some logic in the sense that a business owner can say, I want to do XYZ, complete the form, and it'll refer them to the appropriate grant agency, the appropriate loan agency, and all of that will be accomplished through epbusinessstrong.org. Now, that's not an application form. It's not a common application. It is a referral form, but a critical starting point for any business that wants to solicit information about how to move things along. The agreements today we're asking for the court's favorable consideration on them as they are presented. With one, we are requesting a floor amendment be made to each of the agreements. We wanted to clarify some language in Exhibit C. Exhibit C is the program guidelines that are set by the county for these agencies. So this is that guiding document that says here are our objectives, these are our goals. What we wanted to clarify and very explicitly state in that exhibit is that an individual may be able to combine loans and grants. So if I have a $20,000 need and I go to a loan administrator and I go to a grant administrator and I receive $5,000 in grants, I can still receive $15,000 in loans to meet that $20,000 need. However, you cannot combine loans as a business or an individual. You can also not combine grants. So I can't go to apply at the El Paso Chamber and then apply for the same program at the El Paso Hispanic Chamber. And this was the understanding that all the partner agencies had, but we felt it was appropriate to explicitly state that. So that's the only difference between what was attached as a backup and what will be routed for signature if the court approves that this afternoon. So that is a summary of the FASTER program. Again, these 3 agreements are half of the agencies. The remaining 3 will be on next week's Thursday agenda so that we can allow these agencies to begin to disperse funding. There is an open solicitation period right now where interested parties can communicate with the agencies that they have an interest, they have a need, they can put themselves in line. And then once the agreements become effective, like after today's Commissioners Court, the agencies can begin to really work to disperse funding out to each of these businesses that might qualify for the program. So again, we would ask for the court's favorable consideration. Important to note that today's budget amendment that Mr. Hargrove will present at the end of the meeting also includes budget transfers, taking the funding out of the unappropriated account and appropriating it into specific line items within the economic development budget, and that'll be on the upcoming budget transfers item that budget presents. So I'm available to take any questions that the court may have.
Thank you, Jose. Extremely well done. Very meticulous. Thank you. You have a question, Commissioner Leon?
No,
yes, just one quick question.
Sure.
Jose, great job, because that's a lot of people that you have to be organizing. I may have missed it in your description, but also for firms and companies that we help, is it also not permissible to have them, their taxes need to be paid up, whether it's a city or the county?
You know what, so that wasn't something that we included specifically in Exhibit C. We would, but it's something that could certainly be added if that was what the direction the court wanted to go, just to ensure that they were in good standing with their most recent property tax bill. Unless, of course, it's hard to say because some of their property tax bills may be in arrears because of because of COVID, and I think that's even some of their sales. We can certainly introduce it if that's the will of the court, but it's currently not in there at this point, the way that the program is presented.
Right now, Commissioner, it says that they cannot sue, they can't have a lawsuit against the county, but there's nothing specific about being current on property tax. Jose also had made another amendment to Exhibit C.
Go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
No, I agree with you, and I think we have to give you some discretion, or give the lenders some discretion in there, because as you said, it may be they're a little behind. I'm not talking about 6 years behind or 3 years. I'm talking about they're a little behind because of this pandemic. So we have to allow a little discretion for our lenders to be able to take this into account. So okay. I think that we can pick this to death all day. How about this? How about that? But a lot of it has to be discretion on our part and the lenders to make sure that we are, in fact, not making it too difficult for them to secure that loan.
Yeah, on the other hand, that's a great observation, because we obviously it's not COVID related and they're behind, and we don't want to be supporting that situation. Can I hear from the rest of the commissioners on that particular focus from Commissioner Leon? Any comments, Commissioner Stout or Dean? Or go ahead, Commissioner Robinson. Go ahead.
Well, the question I have is what is the check and balance that we have? Jose indicated that they could not get a loan or grant from the Chamber of Commerce and get one from another entity like the Better Business Bureau. So what is it? What is the check and balance that we have? How do
Yes,
we
sir.
preclude it from happening?
So what we've done is that we're actually, this referral form is going to be pretty key, because we'll have a centralized form where everyone that's expressing interest will submit their information to us, and we'll have a place to share that with everyone. And what that will allow us to do is have a central listing of all the businesses. And obviously some businesses are going to go directly to the chamber, for example, or another agency. But by having a central listing, we've asked all the other partner agencies to share that information there as well, so that they can cross-reference with each other. And the good thing is that a lot of these agencies have already collaborated because of the city's CARES Act relief program. So we have a lot to build on in terms of ability to share information, make referrals. You know, someone says, I have a need, that's not really our realm, but you should probably talk to Lift Fund instead, for example. So we do have a listing that they will be having to cross-reference, and we've notified the chambers, for example, this morning of this amendment to Exhibit C, which says you cannot combine your grants. You can only do one or the other. They were operating under that assumption. They had no objection to it. They agree. They think it's a good idea, and they will work collaboratively to make sure that they don't grant funds to the same business or the same agency, because we'll have a centralized database of information to share with them and to share with the loan administrators as well.
Thank you, Jose. And I think all that is so important, because we have limited resources, right? So we want to make sure that we do the most to the most number of people and businesses. So all those things are extremely important. Anyone else? Any other comments? Further comments on? Yes, Commissioner Holguin.
Jose, I just wanted to thank you for addressing that concern that I had. I always knew that was the idea, that we want to help as many businesses as possible. And so we didn't want one business to be able to apply for 2 grants, one from the chamber and one from the Hispanic chamber. So I knew that was the idea. But as I was reading all of the documentation, that just wasn't clear, which was the reason for my inquiry. So I'm very glad to hear that we are going to be updating Exhibit C to make that more clear for folks. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And we'll work to regularly reconcile the recipients with all the agencies. You know, before they make disbursements, for example, you know, the Hispanic Chamber has a way of doing that. The El Paso Chamber has a way of doing it. And we can coordinate those disbursements to just, before anyone is formally given check or funds or transferred, we have all of that itemized so as to avoid any duplication or anything like that. So we'll work with them. We have there's a lot of great collaboration there in place, and so we welcome that that feedback. It was critical, and it's a very good edit to Exhibit C.
Thank you, Jose.
Judge, I was just going to...
Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
Thanks. Just wanted to comment on the property tax arrear issue. I mean, I understand, like, if there's a organization or something like that hasn't paid, you know, over a long period of time, then maybe we should look at that. But I had even suggested as part of our package, you know, providing tax relief to some of those companies, and we didn't go that route. But I just want to make sure that we're not penalizing some of these companies who are having issues because of COVID, right, with paying their taxes. So I think that those two distinctions are very important to make.
And it's like Commissioner Leon said, right? You know, give the discretion that it's not blanket. You're behind taxes, but if it's COVID related, then you can make that decision based on that. But if it's 3 years back or there's been some negligence, obviously we need to take that into consideration. So I do think it's a great observation, but including the discretion that is given to them to make that decision.
And thank you to Commissioner Holguin for pointing that clarification out and making sure we get that in there. That's I think it was within the spirit of what we wanted to do, but it wasn't clearly stated. So that's important. So thank you for helping to do that. I'll move to approve the items.
Okay, second.
And just to be clear, it would be approval of items 16 through 18, as well as with the amendment to Exhibit C as presented by Jose Landeros.
Correct.
That's correct. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jessica.
You're muted, Jessica.
Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
And then just once again, thanks to Jose, his team, to legal, to Betsy, to all of the partners in doing this. This was light speed, you know, and you know, I wish all government worked this fast, but you know, we we got some good work done, and I appreciate all your input and everything that everybody did. Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Yeah, and from myself as well, thank you for emphasizing the faster that really truly happened. So thank you. Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. We'll work with the administrators on implementing some guidance on the property taxes and making sure that it's not a bad actor who's 5 years in arrears, but you know, as introducing that in part of their application process. And we'll, you know, they do, especially for the loans, it's a very extensive review of their financials and P&Ls and all of that. So I think part of this can include that. And we'll make sure to keep the court updated on that as this first round of grants starts to roll out this week, next week. And then again on the 21st, we'll have the loan agreements on the Thursday special session for approval as well. And the changes to Exhibit C will be included in those agreements there as well.
Okay, thank you, Jose, and thank you to our partners. I think it's going to be a great relationship moving forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Jessica?
Item number 19, Human Resources. Approve and authorize the revision to the county's reemployment policy and further authorize the deletion of the county's reinstatement policy, opinion number 20-1588. For this item, we're requesting for it to be postponed for 2 weeks. We please have a
approve
motion.
the postponement.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 20, approve a diversity, equity, and inclusion statement for the County of El Paso.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran with the Human Resources Department. Today we are recommending the adoption of our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion DE&I statement for the County of El Paso. Just to provide a little bit of background and context for you all in the public, we just want to remind you that in an effort to maintain and highlight the diverse and inclusive culture within the county workforce, we conducted research on this item for these statements, which was presented to you all back in October. After that presentation, we conducted a survey of our employees where 336 of them, or 12%, responded to our survey. And as a result, we are recommending the following statement be utilized as the winner, if you will, of our survey. And let me pull that up for you so that you can see it with me so that I'm not just reading it for you. Through our core values of excellence, professionalism, integrity, and creativity, the County of El Paso will continue to build a culture of diversity and equity in our community. Our commitment to our community is to be inclusive across all aspects of our region. We will prosper by creating a culture in which anyone from any background can work for the County of El Paso and share their innovation to help build a bright future for our community. El Paso County provides equal opportunities to all employees and applicants for employment without regard to race, color, religion, sex, national origin, age, disability, ancestry, sexual orientation, gender identity expression, veteran status, genetic information, or any other protected category under federal, state, and local law. And upon adoption, we will proudly display this statement on our website as well as various recruitment materials. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, we're proud to have you motion to adopt this statement for us.
Well, thank you so much for that, and thank you for HR. Are there any questions or any comments from anyone?
I'll move to adopt.
Okay, thank you. Second?
I'll move to adopt.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, HR, for working on this, and thanks to all the members of the El Paso County family that also gave input. I think it's really important. Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
And Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
You're very welcome.
Item number 21, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioners Court for final acceptance and approval. We do have a correction to read in on item number 21. Approve and authorize El Paso County to apply for the U.S. Department of the Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program to make funding available for the county to assist eligible households that are unable to pay rent and utilities due to the COVID-19 pandemic through existing or newly created rental assistance programs. The funding allocation will be later determined by the Treasury Department and may be utilized through December 31st, 2021. Contract number 2021-0006.
Hi, good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. Irene Valenzuela with the Community Services Department. As you all know, on December 27th, President Trump signed the latest coronavirus relief package bill that took into effect here upon signing. That package allocated over $900 billion in COVID relief funds to communities across the country. It included a lot of other measures within that package. Among them was, as you all know, extending the CARES Act fund expiration date from the current deadline in the CARES Act, which was December 30th, 2020. It is now extended to December 31st of 2021. In addition to that, it included rent and utility assistance funds made available to all states and localities across the country. Among those funds, 45% of that is eligible for local municipalities who have in excess of 200,000 people in its population. And so among that is El Paso County, who along with the city exceeds that population threshold. This request is to allow the county to apply directly to the Treasury Fund for these funds so that we can continue to deploy rent and utility assistance funds within the County of El Paso. I do also want to just note that county staff, Joel and myself and my team have been working very closely with the city of El Paso to coordinate the request of these funds. The city has already submitted their request. If you approve today, we will submit the request on behalf of the county of El Paso. It is our understanding that the allocation of these funds will be appropriated similar to how the original CARES Act funds, Treasury dollars, were allocated to cities and counties. The city mentioned to us they anticipate to receive an estimated amount of about $4 to $5 million. And if we apply through our process today, if you approve, we anticipate a percentage of that allocation similar to how we receive CARES Act funds. And so we don't know yet how much the Treasury will allocate, but they did tell us they will be using current census data similar to how they did the calculation and allocation for the CARES Act fund. So having said that, I respectfully request your approval to proceed with applying through the Treasury. I know that Erica Ortega from Grants is maybe on the line, as well as Wally, who may have additional information for the court.
Irene, just want to take the opportunity. I can tell you, and I get to hear a lot from Betsy as to all the things that you're involved in, and there's so many touch points. If it's from the food side or if it's from the anything having to do with community challenges, you and your team are somewhere in the midst of that. So it's really nice to know that. And of course, I know I don't help out by sending more people to you when they come at me and I don't have the answers, and you guys do. So no, I want to thank you. It's been really feels really good to know what you're doing and how sensitive you are to some of the vulnerable populations that are experiencing things beyond, we ourselves experience so many things, but they experience them way beyond. And whether it's homeless or just our vulnerable population, or whether they're able to eat or not, and taking food to them, it's quite just very proud to what I've seen you and your team accomplish. So thank you very much. And I know we'll continue working with each other. I think sooner or later, the vaccine situation will somehow touch your team and what you need to do to make it successful. And I know you're very able and capable of doing that. So thank you, Irene. And do we have any comments?
Those words mean a lot to myself and the team, and it's with your support, along with the Commissioner's Court, with Betsy, Joel, been very supportive to all departments, in particular mine, and I know that my staff very appreciates those kind words. Thank you, Judge.
Well, you're very welcome. Thank you. And you said anyone else on the line that would like to speak or anything? Did you mention?
I'm not sure if Erica from Grants is on the line, or Wally from the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department may want to make a comment.
Erica or Wally, any additional comments or anything from the commissioners
I believe Irene covered it all on my part, unless Erica has anything.
Yes.
Thank
Hi,
you,
Judge.
Erica.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, commissioners. Just wanted to let you all know that through this $900 billion COVID relief funding, we will also see additional funding coming from the federal government, probably through the Treasury. And this will be to support, of course, the emergency rental assistance, which we're applying for. It'll also include testing and tracing and the child development block grant programs. And so at this point, we're not sure how it's going to trickle down to us. It may come directly through the Treasury, or it may come through the state. So just to give you a heads up on that.
Erica, thank you. Been amazing since you've gone on board on the grants and being on top of these grants. And we've always said that we can't live without these grants. There's these additional forces that we have that they take off a lot of pressure from our budget. And so we thank you for that consistency and that you and your team are involved in. So thank you. Any commissioners, any comments?
I said if there aren't any other, if there aren't any other comments, I'll move to approve.
Second. Go ahead, Commissioner Holguin, second.
Okay, Commissioner Holguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
and Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Irene. Thank
Item
you,
number
Erica.
22. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the advanced funding agreement for reconstruction project off system and accompanying resolution with the Texas Department of Transportation for the engineering, design, and construction costs of 2 Canutillo roadways in the amount of $1,033,678.09. No county match required. Contract number 2020-1116.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Alneros with the Planning and Development Department. This grant before you is the use of funds that were left over from the Border Colonia construction funds. That was a funding source that began in a program that was administered by the state of Texas through the Texas Department of Transportation beginning in 2008 to actually provide critical first-time infrastructure throughout Colonias, throughout the state. Here in Paso, we administered this grant successfully in communities such as Westway and Sparks, two well-known colonias that had a lot of infrastructure needs. Now that the program has now wound down and the state is looking to close out some of the funds from this program, there was a balance available, and the county was invited to submit a project listing of good projects that might be considered for this funding. And then TxDOT ultimately decided which project it felt it wanted to potentially invest in, if any, here in the county. So after the county submitted a list of projects, TxDOT came back and identified the improvements to 1st and 2nd Street in Canutillo as a top eligible candidate and the project that they'd like to pursue. If you have seen on the backup, there's a project site exhibit that includes a listing of all the neighborhood centers, such as the schools, businesses, places of worship there in Canutillo. That coupled with the work that the county is currently doing to improve sidewalk access in the area makes these 2 roads a good candidate from the perspective of TxDOT. And so these funds will require no dollars from the county. All of the engineering and the construction will be covered by the grant. And we'll be working on a subsequent agreement with the Camino Real Regional Mobility Authority for them to initiate one of their consultants on design and get this project underway. But it would be a very successful project to introduce some additional infrastructure into one of the unincorporated communities throughout the county. We are asking for the court's favorable consideration, and I'm available to take any questions that the court may have this afternoon.
Thank you, Jose.
Judge.
Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
Jose, I appreciate you guys bringing this forward. It's very well needed. The question I have before what's my question? Was not Vinton included in this listing from TxDOT?
No, sir. So when we submitted only for the unincorporated communities. So that would in precinct 4 that would have included Westway and Canutillo. Vinton, as a local government, has the ability to secure some of the funds, but the county's had a very successful rollout of the border construction colonia funds, which is why TxDOT invited us to take advantage of some of the money that's been swept from other accounts, and in aggregate is just over $1 million for us to pursue an opportunity. So there was no project listing included for Vinton proper during the submission.
Okay, when do you anticipate having a response back on this?
So TxDOT's already indicated that we are good to go. What this is actually requesting action on is the advanced funding agreement, where TxDOT thereby starts to disperse, or we have a mechanism to request reimbursement from TxDOT. So they've already selected this and have agreed to fund it, and we should be moving forward with another item in the next few weeks to actually begin the design work for the roads that are going to include major reconstruction and also sidewalks, curb and gutter, and ADA compliant ramps for the area as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. Keep me informed.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and we'll happy to set up a meeting to discuss a little bit more information about how this project ties into the sidewalk project that we have ongoing there in Canadillo as well, if you'd like.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Oldkey,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose. Good job.
Item number 23, Budget and Finance, postponed from January 4, 2021. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Detention Services Intergovernmental Agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice, United States Marshal Service, contract number 2020-0622. Could we please have a motion to delete this item?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
and Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 24. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the allocation of additional funding necessary for improvements to the medical examiner's office for the negative pressure system. Funding in the amount of $279,207 is available within CP Improvement 01 Miscellaneous and General Fund G Admin Operations Contingencies.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. I've placed this item on today's agenda at the request of your Public Works Department for a capital improvement project at the Medical Examiner's Office. The negative air pressure project was previously approved by the court as part of your annual capital improvement program. However, it's likely to require an additional allocation of funding. If there are any project-specific questions, staff from Public Works is standing by and available for those questions. Should the court approve this project funding, the amount of $279,007. Funding is available, and I would recommend General Fund GADMIN Ops Contingency. I did list the capital project as well. If we are able to cover this cost later in the year from our capital project funds, we meet on a quarterly basis and sweep available funding to cover projects of this nature. And I suspect by the time we hit close to the fourth issue, we may have those funds available if prior history repeats itself. We conduct those quarterly capital meetings and often identify an adequate amount of funds to cover things of this nature. With that, I'm available for any questions, and staff from Public Works is available as well, should you have any questions regarding this project.
I went ahead and muted everybody, just FYI. On the commissioner side, we had some interference.
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Olguin.
So while we underestimated the cost in 2020 when we approved the original funds, or what exactly is the additional allocation to cover? Was there something unexpected, something unforeseen?
I'm going to let Mrs. Palacios weigh in on that real fast.
You're muted, Norma. I had to mute you. Go ahead, unmute yourself. Still muted? There you are.
I apologize, Commissioner. I was not able to hear your question. I heard some interference in the background.
My question was just whether or not we underestimated the cost in 2020 when we have first approved the funding, or because this additional allocation is about 1/3 of that original approved cost. So I was just wondering where that was coming from. Was it something unforeseen, something unexpected?
Yes, ma'am. So the infrastructure is the original infrastructure that was placed when the building was built in 1992. So in replacing the new infrastructure, in addressing the deficiencies of the negative pressure area, it was a small area that was identified with having the deficiencies. In evaluating the entire facility, it was determined that the entire autopsy area needs to be addressed for a successful project. And so therefore, the entire infrastructure will need to be replaced.
So this included things like...
If I can add, additionally, we've added 2 additional refrigerators that now need to be considered as we're considering this project.
We added those as part of our response to COVID-19. And when they went in, they found things like seals to doors and different areas that would need to be renovated to make sure that it has the full effect of the negative pressure room.
Thank you for those clarifications.
You're welcome.
Any other questions that we can answer for the court? Any other questions that we can answer for the court?
Judge, you're muted.
Sorry. No, say Norma, thank you for your input. Appreciate that. Thank you. I don't think we have any further questions.
So, Judge, we would request that allocation come out of our general ops contingencies and further include the potential transfer to capital project improvements miscellaneous if and when funds are identified later this year.
Thank you, Wally. So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
You're muted, Commissioner.
Commissioner Leon,
You're muted, Commissioner.
I'm sorry, aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank
you.
Item number 25. Approve amendment number 13 to the County of El Paso's 2020 through 2021 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase general fund by $300,000, decrease capital projects by $300,000, increase grants by $190,000, thus increasing the overall budget of $484,116,474.24 to $484,306,474.24.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. You've received a copy of this week's amendment along with the backup with your weekly highlights. There are no COVID-related items on this week's amendment. Barring any questions from the court, I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Commissioners, if not, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. This now brings us to item number 26, executive session.
And before we go into executive session, County Judge, Commissioners, Christina Sanchez, Assistant County Attorney, we do have an item that's listed under Government Code Section 551.0725, contract negotiations. So before moving into open session, I need the court to make a finding in order to go into executive session under that section. And so pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0725, you have item 26B on your agenda to discuss the contract negotiations that involve business and financial information related to the contract negotiations with the county's federal inmate contract with the U.S. Marshal Service for detention rates and services related to the federal prisoners. As your legal advisor, I've determined that deliberation in an open meeting concerning business and legal financial issues relating to those negotiations on the Marshal Service contract would have a detrimental effect on the position of the Commissioners Court in negotiations. Therefore, I am asking that the court make a unanimous finding that the deliberations in open would have a detrimental effect on the position of the Commissioners Court in these negotiations, and all these deliberations take place in closed session. I would further request that the court direct the clerk to ensure that all proceedings in closed session on this item 26B be recorded. And so the motion would be, just as I stated here, that you made a finding that any deliberations in open meeting would have that detrimental effect on the court in those negotiations, and that would be your motion.
So moved, Christina.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Christina, let me know when it's appropriate. I'd like to have Nicole Ruiz join me on executive session, and if you could let me know when that would be appropriate.
Sure, we'll go ahead and read them in when we go into executive session, Judge.
Okay, thank you so
Commissioners
much.
Court will
Christina.
now recess into executive session to discuss items 26A through 26G pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.072. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together. El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
Go ahead. Jessica, I think you muted, Jessica.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular session. Item number 27, discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's invocation policy. I believe there will be no action for this item. Item
No
number
action.
28, and discuss and take appropriate action regarding litigation style Jacob L. Garcia versus El Paso County et al. Cause number 2019 DCV 4407. County Attorney case number 025519LD.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners Ian Kaplan, Assistant County Attorney. I'd ask that a motion be made to accept the settlement amount that has been agreed upon between the parties for mediation and to authorize the county judge to sign the settlement agreement.
Thank you, Ian. So moved.
I make that. Second.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. We'd like to go ahead and request that item 26D and 26E from executive session be postponed for 2 weeks. Could we please have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon. Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'd also like or request a motion for item 26G from executive session be deleted.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Olguin,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
and Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. This completes all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Well, thank you very much, and thank all of you for participating. As I've said, please do not confuse having to get tested and concentrating on the vaccine. And I want to thank each one of the commissioners for all their work, and especially going forward, focusing on that vaccine. That's the one thing, one of the most important things in that pillar that I described this morning that needs to take place. And as we've been told, if we show confidence and they show that we can handle, the more vaccinations we're going to get. So thank you for the community to be patient, and commissioners and everyone else, Miguel and Jessica and everyone that participated today. We thank you for all your work. And we do not have a commissioner's court. Is that until what's the date there, Betsy? If I can.
25th.
25th. Yeah,
25th.
the 25th. So 26. Okay, thank you. So anyway, wish you the best going forward this week, and that it's productive and that you're all safe and healthy. So thank you very much, and look forward to all the initiatives that we've got to handle between now and next Commissioner's Court. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you all. Have a great week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes today's meeting at 3:14 p.m.
Thank you.